How's everybody doing today? What's up? Paglamia, howdy, howdy. How are you doing? Doing good. How about you? We're good. Just got a chill stream today. We got some reactions. We're gonna check out that SCL live. Technically, I'm down like 2 SCL lives. I didn't watch the one beforehand. One about crafting, so we might watch both. I don't know. Honestly, that'll help people get like, 3/4 of a drop if they haven't gotten it already. I'm assuming everybody's gotten all their drops. Yeah? Is everybody dropped out already, especially since there's no free flight? Oh my gosh. You got your drops? All right, good, good. My fucking keyboard. I think it was my keyboard. Yeah, these little bastards. All right, so I guess there's like tiny bits of food and crumbs just all over my equipment. I had a whole bunch of ants get in here. It basically killed like about 50 to 60 ants just crawling around my keyboard and all my audio equipment. So, not having a fun time with that. I haven't found like the trail of them. And I don't have any food in here. I'm very specific about that. At least not any food that I've left.
Hello there.
Well, that's the thing is that it's not like an entire colony. I think, like, I hadn't seen them before today unless I've just been blind. So, I can't really find where they're coming from. I just knew that they were definitely in and around my keyboard, and, like, I see that they're picking up little crumbs of food that are, like, in this little tray, so I guess I could clean that up. I have some spray that will prevent them from walking where I spray it, but I want to find out where they're going in from the wall and then hit that spot. I mean, if I have to be a betting man, they'd be by the window. Let me check. All right, so they're not really over here. They're a little bit right here, mostly by the keyboard, mostly by this, and in this general area. They're not on this little felt from where I was checking earlier. And I don't think they're coming from the wall right here. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, not sure, man. Just confused. Like, either these ants have been here for like the past few days or week, and I haven't noticed it, and it's just gotten bad enough to where I finally saw some crawling around, or it just came in today because they found some food. I need to clean out my keyboard. Now, I'm definitely going to clean out that tray after the stream. Okay. Oh well. But yeah, how is everybody doing? So how have you guys been enjoying the patch? What's up, citizen? How you doing? Pretty good, actually. Got some things done today. Allergies have been not bothering me, so nice. Hell yeah, man. Congrats. Oh. I mean, the patch is pretty garbage for the most part, but I just chose the one thing that didn't happen to be broken and focused on it, so I had a decent amount of fun. But we're done with that rep grind, so all we have now is just kind of test stuff. We'll check out the M80 and the Pitbull later, but right now we got some reactions. We're gonna watch a Star Citizen live. Technically, I haven't watched the past two Star Citizen live episodes. We're definitely gonna post one of them to YouTube. Good then. We'll watch it all. Okay, let's get our videos ready.
Hello there.
Hi, YouTube.
I'm just reading some stuff about the M80.
Hello there.
Okay, okay. Are we about ready to rumble here? See, yeah, if I had a Warden, that'd be an easy upgrade to the M80. The M80 looks like it's pretty cool. I have the F8 though, and I'm still hopeful that eventually it'll get a balanced pass and it'll actually, fly and fight well. And there's something nice about having 8 guns on a single fighter platform. Full ballistics is still pretty badass on it. I mean, I technically have like a best in show Caterpillar that's no longer even a best in show. I just have the free paint that I could now just buy for $10, so what's the point? So technically I could melt that if I really, really wanted it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Alright, we'll let this song finish. Then we'll get watching. Alright, you guys get your popcorn, get your drinks ready. I mean, I'll be the, first guy to say everything should be, buyable. But the few things that you do make unique, try to keep them unique. So, I didn't mind it in the last patch before they wiped everything. In the last patch, it showed up in my ASOP as a best in show. And when you scanned it and identified it, it showed up as a best in show. But now that's not even a thing anymore, so... Hang on, I'm gonna clean my keyboard here. Keyboard is filthy. I'm pretty sure I cleaned it at one point. I definitely cleaned it once. Because I remember it being a bitch to... I had to take a picture of the keys and then pull them all out because it didn't actually, have a keyboard memorized as far as its layout goes. It had to be their angle. Yeah, exactly. Alright, here we go.
You're watching.
And then, it's not... Oh, shit. Oh, little bastard. Little ant crawling along my spacebar. Okay, hang on.
Hello there.
Did we find out where they're coming from? Hang on. This is going to piss me off for the next few days until I figure out where these ants... Little bastard. Okay, so they're definitely crawling along the bottom of this railing here. Hang on, you guys, I got an ant problem. Well, like the thing is that I've never, I haven't had an ant problem at all until literally this afternoon, it feels like. Unless I've been completely blind for the past, like, 2 weeks while it's been infesting. But yeah, they're just getting all in my keyboard and all in my little audio tray here. I still haven't found out exactly where they're coming from, though, is the thing. But it does appear that they crawl along this bar right here. Hang on. Just getting rid of all these little stragglers here. Alright, so maybe tomorrow we'll clean the keyboard, huh? Alright, now... sprayed a bit of Raid Ant Killer on a little bit of cloth here. And then now, hopefully they won't track along this. That way they won't, like, move back and forth. I want to say they're coming from the wall, crawling down along the edge of my desk. And then getting into my keyboard and then going also up into my thing. But I don't really see where they're coming in from. Oh. Dead silence as he plots ant genocide. I'm just thinking, man, like, because I haven't found the trail. I just find individuals. And it's really pissing me off. Because normally you're like, oh, look, an ant trail. Or you find the thing that they're eating on. You know? And then that has a trail going to and from it. And then you could spray the trail and the hole from the wall where they're coming from. Yeah. I mean, like, my kitchen is filthy. It's got crumbs and I don't sweep, and
Hello there.
that should be infested with ants, but it's not. So, we really don't have an ant problem. And we definitely should, but it seems that some have gotten in somewhere. And I am just now finding out that they love my little keyboard. I think they're just munching on crap in my keyboard because I really have no food here. And I guess there's some crummy bits in my little tray that I'll need to clean up and get rid of. Alright. Yeah, I know, riveting as we watch me destroy ants. Okay. Is your popcorn ready? See, there's tiny little ones that are fast, and then there's bigger, fatter ones. I just want to make sure. Here's the thing: is that I live in Texas. There's a species of ant here that really likes electronics, And they'll like get inside of your computers and your power supply, and there's no, I've checked the computers in the area, there's no trails leading in and out of them, so I don't think it's those type of ants. They don't seem to be fire ants. So yeah. Ant season just added traps in their kitchen. Yeah, I'll need to maybe think about getting a trap or two on the floor. Getting them out. Yeah. I've had, like, I remember I found some ants crawling along my monitor one time in the other room, and then I sprayed along the floor and walls with some ant stuff. That seemed to definitely help. Alright, I think we're ready, yeah?
Hello there.
Yeah, ants are crazy. We get it. They're more of a biomass than humans on Earth. Yeah, I'm just making sure there are no more ants. I think I got them all for now, but I'm going to need to clean this area up here. This is getting annoying. All right, so... sorry, we just discovered that we got ants. And I don't really have food in here, so that's just pissing me off. Which means they're feeding on the crumbs in my keyboard and in my audio tray. Anyways, neither here nor there. We are going to watch the Origin M80 video, just a quick minute. And then we got some Star Citizen Live Defense-Con. So, let's check it out. Ants in your pants. What's up, Calypsia? Johnny, how you doing?
Now, the surface holds its breath, inviting you beneath. But deadly things hide intention behind beauty. Come closer. Closer. Gaze beyond a fleeting glimpse until beauty becomes bite, becomes power.
There's a punch above it with Suede.
Power. She needs to be seen. Origin's first heavy fighter is formed. Look away, if you can.
Interesting. We'll be checking that out along with the Pitbull later today, but it looks good, but like the commercial didn't really give it many bright, shiny, good-looking angles. It was kind of artsy-fartsy, you know, car dealer commercial. Yeah, and I see you as always just trying to get prepped to do some geomining. Nice. I hope that goes well for you. All right. So that's the M80. Not really getting too fancy with our commercials as far as how long they are.
Hi, YouTube.
I guess we're not doing the inside the ships anymore, or if we are, there'll be its own episode. Trying to sell you an iPhone, I mean M80. That's usually Origin chips, all right. So Kruger seems to be more like, I was comparing, Origin is now feeling more like Apple, and then now Kruger is feeling more like Koenigsegg, like as far as like high-end sports car comparison and brands and stuff. Like before, I thought like Origin was more like, you know, maybe Mercedes, but they're more like Apple.
Hello there.
They made cars that were ships. All right, let's go. Star Citizen Live.
Jared here. You're watching the recorded version of the live stream that happened on Twitch just a couple hours ago. Well, we messed up pushing the record button, so the first couple minutes of that aren't here. So you're seeing this now. What you're seeing now was recorded after what you're about to see. So I can tell you what I basically I know.
That good for sound?
Now, and I can tell you, it's terrible. It's just not very good. So stop watching now. But if you want to brave the future anyway, keep watching. Welcome to Star Citizen Live Defense-Con Showcase.
You might be a bit loud. Oh, Jesus.
And we'll try to do better next time. we decided
Lead's gotta
to
cut
do a
through,
couple things
all right?
to really differentiate it from Invictus, and one of those things is we revealed almost everything early. There was a big social media campaign
All right, how about that, yeah?
a week ago where we introduced all the ships coming this year. We were able to sneak interior peeks into the weekly newsletter. In case you're not subscribed to the weekly newsletter, you should do that. There's lots of good stuff in there every Friday.
All right, good.
And then
Here
we
we
were
go.
able to introduce the Odin in-game in the big giant hologram that's floating above Area 18 on last Friday, I think. And now we're here doing this show. We are live on Twitch, and we're going to go through almost all of the ships. We'll get there. We'll get there. Alberto has to sit in front of the broken panel. The panel broke like 20 minutes ago. Just decided to stop working, so Alberto had a chair over there, but
It's
how you
fine.
doing? How you doing,
Wonderful.
Alberto?
Wonderful.
Is your neck getting warm?
Yeah, it's do the fire thing.
Just nobody will notice if you're sitting in front of it.
It's fine.
You know, this reminds me,
As
I
long
need
as
to
I don't
get
look edited in.
this Drake
long as you what?
Defense
I
Con
don't look like I've been edited.
No, but you look like you have fire coming out of your head.
moving background.
That's right.
It would make it very easy to edit now because it's a completely black background behind them.
Oh, people can just put Alberto into anything. That's an option.
Don't give late ideas.
Not a bad idea.
Someone had pointed out for Lathe.
So let's meet some of the developers here who are joining us on this DefenseCon showcase. We'll start immediately to my left. John, tell everybody who you are, what you do.
My name's John Kerr. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium. Get to look
Drake.
after all these
Fuck
people.
yeah. Look at that wall of
around the
helmets.
world.
Those are
And so it
badass.
is ultimately your fault.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Immediately to John's left, Dan.
Yeah, I'm one of the lead vehicle artists. Just recently we finished the Ironclad. That was one of the things that our team worked on.
Yeah. And my understanding is you're the only person on the vehicle team who makes ships.
That's right.
Since
I've been trying to shake the reputation for years, but
Since
I'm just
6
running with it now. Why not?
I mean, at this point, that's why you're the only artist here.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we got Willie.
Chris.
Hi, I'm Chris Danks. I'm a senior vehicle content designer, so I'm do more of the sort of back-end hookups of ships and stuff like that to make them
How
actually.
exciting is
Hello
that?
there.
It's a lot of fun, although I'm basically an XML monkey.
I've always thought so.
Yeah, it shows.
Matea.
Hello everyone, I'm Mattia, a senior vehicle game designer, and I'm an Excel monkey instead, because I do balance and features for the vehicle.
No, don't reveal that we still balance stuff in Excel. We're supposed to have these big giant tools that do this in crazy databases. Don't expose the business like that.
It's Excel.
Mark.
Hi, Jared.
Hi. And finally, Ben. Ben, who are you and what do you do?
I'm one of the art directors.
And they have just the edge of his monitor and chat in the
and
frame
then,
there on the
What's
left.
going to differentiate this from more SELs is we're going to have visuals. We're going to dive live into the editor and take a look at the ships coming. And helping us with that are two folks for the first half of the show that airs today. Will, your first SEL ever. Tell everybody who you are and what you do. That's your camera right there.
Hello, I'm Will. I'm a vehicle artist one. I joined about a year ago, and I have exclusively worked on the Ironclad in that time.
Ah, there you go.
You're going to
Nice.
help us look at all the ships today.
All of the ships.
Okay. And then as Will goes through the Ironclad and the Assault and the M80 and the Starlight and the Tiburon, eventually we'll switch over to the other...
Wait a second there.
You want to get closer? Is that what
Are you going to sit on his lap? What's going on
For
here?
the camera.
It's Alberto.
I was about to say, they also Alberto's here.
Hi, I'm Alberto, and I am the assistant vehicle
Oh, we fixed it.
art director.
No, it's not fixed. It's only partially fixed.
Oh, right.
Wait, well, now the color grade, okay.
Yeah, and I'm generally in charge of concept art and help Ben with the production of the vehicles in the spaceship department.
And after this year, he's going to be known as Mr. Odin, because this thing's amazing. All right, so to get started, our first topic, for people who are watching live, hi everybody, we'll be taking questions live from the chat. So we're going to take a look at some of these ships, and if you've got questions, go ahead and dump them into the Twitch chat. You can see I got that going right here, so I can take a look at what you're doing. Hi, Mom. Where's the Liberator? Not at DefenseCon. And we're going to start off today with a look at the Ironclad. So, Will, you got that fired up for us?
Yes, here it is.
Okay,
I guess
in
we'll start
editor.
with the
All right.
exterior.
Okay. So Ben, John, introduce us here. Most people know what the Ironclad is. The Ironclad is a heavy freight. It can carry something like 2,000 SCU.
2000 and something.
I think it's 2,204.
Yeah.
How do you end up with 2,204?
It's because everything ends up as like divisible by 8 or 4s or 2s, powers of 2s usually.
Okay. So let's look around the.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
And we wanted space for mules.
Meals, all right. So let's look around the exterior. Will, why don't you take us around and Ben, tell us what we're looking at here.
Yes, this is the new ship from Drake. It's big, it's square, it's got a lot of engines. It feels very Drake. I think I think there's a lot of well, it's also got the command module, which is new feature.
That only half open.
Detachable.
I feel like that should open way more.
Raft did we settle on? I think in the end, that yeah allows you to kind of get out of dodge in case you need to get out quickly from your cargo. I think the defining features are obviously the massive cargo bay at the front and the massive engines at the rear. I think.
What happened to the rest of the door there?
Oh, so we're in editor at the moment, not in game mode. So we are playing animations slightly separately to how you would normally do it in game mode.
Okay, so editor. Okay.
Used a few kind of internal tricks to make it so that we don't have to kind of drop into game and run around the planet and be able to show it off in the best kind of light that we can. I think, yeah, the interior of the ship is obviously dominated by the kind of cargo hold.
What are you talking about? It is the cargo hold.
Kind of holds a lot of nice, fun Drake feeling visuals. This is
Command bridge is awesome.
Here you can kind of see out over your kind of the bow of the vehicle. Access to your tract beams. Open and close your door. Really nice kind of viewing platform out over the ship.
Remote turrets.
Remote turrets, yep. And on the assault, we've got the other remote turrets.
I didn't realize there's a third turret on top of the actual command module.
One of the kind of nice areas of the vehicle where you kind of can get that connection between the exterior and the interior. I think the big kind of bulkhead that runs through it is very nice, very fancy.
Ben, Mark, who's the Ironclad for? Like, what kind of player is going to consider the Ironclad here?
One who has like $500?
You said Mark, you look at me.
I said Mark and John. Did I say Mark and John?
Better Mark.
Oh, I don't know. I've never had this many people here.
It's, to be blunt, it's someone who wants to do a lot of cargo. They want a ship that's relatively durable and they...
easy to load.
Like Drake's has lots of guns.
Yeah.
An EVA.
Drake ostensibly market this as a cargo manufacturer, but we all know what Drake tends to get up to, so sometimes the cargo's not as legit as it should be, or maybe the cargo is cargo you've got to deliver pain to other people.
Maybe the cargo is someone else's ship.
Maybe the cargo is someone else. So
I wasn't going to go there, John, but
yeah, it sort of caters to that. And externally, at least, I think it's pretty true to the concept. We did make some changes to it.
No, it looks good, man.
Dan begged for an extra secret entrance into the top of it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few, like traversal was like such a massive thing for this ship, like versus like the concept I remember. And with the signage as well, I remember when we worked on the Polaris, one of the key pieces of feedback was that the signage wasn't like as good as it could be. And
The signage is amazing on this thing.
So we had the stairs around the
Every single door.
Yeah, the stairs have flipped. I believe the elevator was added as well.
Yeah, when we actually got it in, started running around it, once we actually started putting the block out together, we made a few changes just so it felt a bit more natural, because there was a lot of like back and forth in hard 90 and hard 180 degrees that people were having to do as they were walking around. So we softened a lot of the corners, put 45s in.
Yeah, like here the wall got knocked in, so this became like an open area here, which I think's really helped differentiate the different decks, which is obviously something that we tried really hard to do. Each of them you should always like know roughly where you are, and when you're in a modular kit, because this is like one of the most modular ships we've ever made, obviously
that's that developer modularity. You always have to specify.
Oh yeah, true.
There's player-facing modularity, and then there's the method in which we make our ships.
Yeah, so like when we talk about developer modularity, what we mean is how the asset pack that you kind of use to author the vehicles. So let's say you have like a wall that's like 2 meters long. It doesn't make sense to model every single wall 2 times in the same way that if you were to make a car, you wouldn't 3D model every single wheel again. You'd want to duplicate it. So we kind of have this base layer of modularity of our assets underneath, and then we set on top of that these extra assets that kind of make each of the spaces feel different. And it was really important for us to be able to make it so no matter where you were stood in the ship, you didn't feel lost and you were able to quickly orient yourself. I get the first time you're in it, it might be a little bit, it's a big ship, you're not going exactly where you're going.
I mean, it's confusing and it's maze-like, but like you can figure out where you're going quickly because the signage and just
want to be
shape and flow.
Yeah.
Necessarily kind of just want to be like, I go in it and I know exactly what's going on. So I think
unlike the Starfarer, which has like arbitrary, blocking points,
a little bit
because it was supposed to be an FPS map at some point.
Having navigation is an important kind of user experience kind of thing that we need to we try and improve. Obviously, we've got the mini map as well, which helps a lot with that sort of stuff. But I think you
shouldn't have to rely on that.
You shouldn't have to rely on that, and I think as you're heading towards engineering, even though you're in a corridor, you want to start seeing those kind of like engineering-y kind of elements kind of calling out and
bleeding into the room.
Yeah, so it doesn't feel like it's too kind of stale. And then when you get up to like habitation and stuff, you want things to be a little bit more clad, a little bit more refined, and
Oh, Will, slow down. You're in a race.
Sorry.
So I know we're jumping around lots of different topics. So,
Let's go take a look at the command module. There's a number of questions in the chat about why the command module is such a critical weak point of the ship. What do we say to that?
It depends what. I've seen a lot of discourse about it being like artificially weak, which I think is not.
It's not intended.
Is not intended. It should be sort of passing damage through to the main ship rather than killing everything. But there is like some intent, like design-wise. Like number one question everyone always has about the Ironclad is, why can't I fly it from the main bit? And that's never been the idea with this ship. It has been you have like this main block of a ship. Same with the Caterpillar, and the command module gives you that functionality to fly around. That's the sort of USP of these sort of ships is it's not the same as every other ship.
Right. There's always this assumption that you're trying to make every single ship be the ultimate ship, and it's not. The ships are supposed to have certain trade-offs. You get this, but you lose this and stuff.
If you don't like it, that's fine.
There's 200 some odd other ships out there, right? The command module is interesting because it is, for all intents and purposes, a standalone craft. Yeah. It can do everything. It can do everything a standalone. It's
got
ship
quantum.
It can go to quantum. Everything. There was some confusion internally earlier. People kept referring to it as a parasite ship, and I'm like, no. If anything, the main hull is the cargo parasite because it needs the command module to survive, not the other way around. So it's. So as far as
it's
it
a
being
cab.
a critical
It's like a cab in a trailer.
Damage not being passed in.
Yeah, no, simply it's a bug. That simple. What is going to happen in live instead, or when we're going to fix it, is that, and the intention with the feature itself is for the command module to not be a critical part. Clearly for gameplay purposes, right? Because you don't want a very big, durable ship like the Ironclad should be being able to get shot down by whoever with. The command module being destroyed in like very, very few shots because clearly the size difference is enormous, right? So yeah, the damage is going to be passed on to the ship of the Ironclad specifically, or the Caterpillar, depending on which one you're attached to. And all the damage to the component itself would be passed to the Ironclad as well. So everything inside the command module would be in a dormant state, so to say. So yeah, basically the damage is going to be passed on to the main body.
Does that allow you to, when it does detach, have a suitable...
Yeah, exactly. A suitable raft that you can, immediately go away and flee from it. Right. The cool stuff is that you can also trigger the self-destruction and then leave the ship and then flew out the command module. Yeah. So I found with that.
Yeah, just
oh no, you're stealing my goods.
So the short answer is that damage is supposed to be passed on to the main hull, and it's just not at the moment.
Yeah.
So it'll be addressed.
As soon as possible. I think we already have a fix in live for the hotfix, but. As always, tentative fixes.
Yeah, there should be a new series of fixes going out on Tuesday of next week that address.
Big patch on Tuesday, so we're all waiting for that one. No wonder they canceled the free flight. Anyways, we got ad break about to hit, so 1 sec. I was about to say, where is the music? Okay, there we go. Thank you, Bitewell. I appreciate that. Patch is an understatement for the things that need fixing. Yeah, no, I hope that, I really hope Squadron 42 goes well. Yeah.
Hello there.
Yeah, I know, right? That's a much better shot of the M80. I mean, it's pretty bad, but yeah, I think that's when you're in the, intense areas like Area 18 and stuff. Now, all the missions not shown up in the Moby-Glass bug that hit a lot of the servers that I didn't experience, but everybody was complaining about, yeah, that sucks. So I could see the optics of it being pretty bad. What's up, Wombo? How you doing? 07 to you.
Hello there.
And that's the thing, yeah, I only did combat, and I know that worked, but everybody is saying that all deliveries are pretty fucked. Tuesday should be the big patch. All right, all right.
A couple other things with the item recovery stuff. So, if we can, we'll loop that in there and stuff like that. So that should be better for people.
Did hauling missions last night? Hell yeah! I'm glad something worked for you. I got myself up to around 2 million or so with intersect rep grind, so that's fun.
Before
it is clearly the intended gameplay dynamics that we want to reach, because clearly we don't want you to lose the ship, especially with the item recovery patch as well.
Talk to me about balancing the ironclad. It's every obviously you don't want to just make the same ship across 200, and you want to avoid making the the super crazy Superman ship every single time. What does the ironclad have going for it that other cargo ships don't?
So we have a couple of things that are interesting, I would say specifically. One of them being clearly the durability. It's meant to be a very durable cargo ship with very capable SCU cargo capacities. And for that reason, since at some point we're gonna have, for all the ships in our roster, the cargo had matched the ship, we also need to make sure that the flight profile handles fine, and you can carry the cargo inside the planets or outside of the moon, and so on and so forth. And one of the trickiest things for us on the balance side for the Ironclad has been trying to find a sweet spot without compromising the overall balance performances, in order to still let you be able to lift off and with the full cargo hold, because on the Ironclad specifically, if you had cargo on your cargo grid, the mass of the ship will change and the flight maneuverability will change as well. So one of them was basically tuning the VTOL thrusters and activate them in a way that basically you can still lift off with a full cargo bay, loaded with all goods that you can have, but only in VTOL mode. So like when you're fully loaded, you have to use VTOLs, take off, go into your go outside of the hangar, go outside of the planet, and then you can switch them off.
Gotcha. And so those are some strengths. What are the trade-offs? Why would somebody not want an ironclad?
Well, clearly one of the trade-offs, as we mentioned, is the maneuverability. It's not a very maneuverable ship. It's somewhat of a brick. Most of you might say
it's absolutely a brick.
It's absolutely a brick.
That's how we started the model.
Yeah.
Just one large brick.
The shoebox.
It was a box. So yeah, this is probably one of the main, drawdown of the ship, which for a cargo ship can be quite severe, because whenever you enter into maybe a dangerous area or you get attacked by pirates, clearly you maybe want that maneuverability and speed to kind of get yourself out of it, since you cannot outmaneuver those bad guys, right?
I suppose that's where that increased durability.
Yeah, exactly. Also, clearly the components on the ships, on the shield side are quite beefy as well, because they are size 3, right?
Yep.
So you have capabilities to defend yourself and to let your turret gunners try to defend you as well. But clearly you cannot escape that easily. So you have to deal with it and somewhat fight.
So there's a number of questions about the lighting in the ships. Apparently there's some issues with the
bent, not broken. Yeah, that's a good way.
Crazy. I love it when the first time people see ships, all the lighting's broken. It's brilliant.
I know, that's why we do it.
What do you want to say about the broken lighting, Ben?
It's broken. it should be being fixed.
Okay.
Yep. It infuriates me as much, if not more, than everyone else.
So you're saying it's not a design intent, it is like something...
There is design intent in there, in terms of...
it's supposed to be different.
Yeah, we lit the Ironclad to be quite moody. I think one of the issues is, it's starting in emergency mode, so it's lots of flashing red, which is absolutely not the intent, not what we plan for, unless your ship is in emergency state. There's lots of light panels around the ship to be able to kind of put it back to how it should be. Unfortunately, that isn't a particularly user-friendly way of getting your ship to look how it was intended to. But yeah, there's a bug.
Okay,
one of those things.
gotcha.
Unfortunately,
So it should look like this, not like the red mood lighting.
But it should be getting fixed.
It's not unique to the Ironclad, though.
No,
it's something we're fighting with across.
Yeah, it's every ship.
Hold on. Jassel Newpar says, dude is infuriated that we're pointing out broken stuff on a ship people actually pay money for. That's classy. He's infuriated that it's broke.
Yeah.
Not infuriated that you're pointing it out. He's having the same reaction to it you are, Jasper.
It's not like he did not
these
work
guys
on this.
Hard. These guys work hard to make these ships as good as they can be. And unfortunately, as the nature of running a live environment in the middle of your development, sometimes things don't work. I mean, folks are asking. Obviously, let's use this opportunity to talk about the mission system. Why not? We were going to do it at some point. The mission system is having some trouble. You obviously don't need me to tell you that. We tried to
See,
jump
there
in.
you go.
They are working on a hot fix to fix that right now. The patch that we mentioned that's supposed to be going out next Tuesday is not for hot fixes. That's an actual legitimate build and a patch. The hot fix for the emission system that will hopefully restore what's happening there, I don't have any more details about specifics, will go out as soon as somebody decides that it's ready to go out. But hot fixes, patches, different. There's also another question in there about why we release things in such states. And every time that question comes up quite often, and I go back to 2017 and the wait for 3.0. When we didn't have any new content for like 9 months because we waited and waited and waited and tried to get everything done, tried to get everything perfect, tried to get everything dialed in, and there was no new content for 9 months. I had that stupid beard because I said I wasn't going to shave until the patch came out.
I feel it.
That's not a... It was stupid for me, Mark. It's lovely on you.
Thank you, Gareth.
It's lovely on you. Mine was all great.
I like your
I look like a homeless person. But and even with all that work and even with all that waiting, it still had its issues. And the answer is there's no such thing as waiting until something's perfect. There's just not. So we put things out in the best condition that we can, and we continue to fix and we continue to push and we continue to develop afterwards, which is what the folks working on the hotfix for the mission system are doing right now, which is what you're doing with fixing the damage pass-through for the Ironclad.
And our friends from CGP4 as well.
Yep.
Shout out to them.
So, let's go ahead and take a quick look at the Ironclad Assault, which is mostly, it's pretty similar. What's the differences between the Ironclad and the Ironclad Assault?
It's got more guns, is one of the big ones. It has a larger front door. So this was, again, something
Is the
from
door
concept time
larger?
was an
Really?
intentional difference that the Ironclad Assault is designed for assault. So
for
got a
vehicles.
big enough front door on it that can fit tanks and ballistas, which the base Ironclad can't. That can only really fit rover-sized vehicles. It trades off some cargo capacity, so it's 1,500 odd, which is actually, I think, pretty much what the original Ironclad.
You could fool fucking me, man. It looks the exact same amount of cargo size on the inside.
Concept had, so they both had a glow up.
Width is the same. It had higher headroom. Interesting.
I've been staring at stat sheets for so
I look
long.
at so many numbers.
But its big thing is it's now got the
Oh
service
shit!
bay.
There's a turret on the inside. You guys see that? Right here. I didn't notice that. I never saw that.
But its big thing is it's now got the service bay.
Yes, the services bay, which is located in the rear third, which Will is handily looking at here.
Yeah, the floor texture changes.
Denoted by the floor texture difference and the half gantries above as like a...
And in an upgrade from the original concept, the concept was only supposed to be able to service ground vehicles.
It's now just anything that can fit in the zone.
Yeah, you can fit it in the volume, then it will allow you to do it. And if you obviously have the supplies on board.
Yeah.
You need to have the supplies on board.
The ship hangar services is probably one of my favorite features that have come online with 4.8.
Yeah. But this is an actual...
You see all the people that do the crazy fleet op.
It's really interesting that they're saying this is going to be a feature. So, like, what? We'll actually be able to take wheels off of ships and stuff, off of vehicles and crap? Or is this just component hot swapping? And if so, why do we need a separate area for that?
Operations and stuff.
Unless
and
it's
now
like,
being able
actually
to,
repairing.
Being able to actually repair, refuel, and rearm, on the go, gives tremendous
Okay, so it's RR and R. Got it.
Beyond just, hey, I'm a railgunner. And even things like the 890 jump, it's and stuff, 890 jump, the 600i stuff, and as those continue to progress, they'll get more utility. The vehicle services thing, it's repair, refuel, rearm. You need RMC to do the repairs.
Yeah.
You need
The appropriate
fuel commodities.
fuel and commodities and ammo and countermeasures.
And the ammo stuff is new for 4.8, like actually having commodities that you can store.
Yeah.
So that's exciting. So you can check that out. And then it's got the additional.
Can we get like the whole
turrets.
weapons or
and some of them.
if we're doing MO, can we get the weapons MO pools aren't tied to size of gun and instead size of ship, and like actual places to reload and like bank up more ammo. Like if you're a fighter, you just got what ammo you store on the gun, but if you're a cutlass, there's like a whole fucking box that you like put boxes of ammo into. Oh shit.
Hello there.
Again, fucking ants crawling all over my monitor. Anyways. But yeah, what I just said. So.
Upgun to quad mounts.
Like you remember like at the end of the Matrix 3 movie? And like they're reloading those giant mechs and then that little wimpy kid has to like go roll out that cart of bullets. Yeah, I want that. But for like my ship.
Fuel mounts as well.
It's got the jump seats at the front as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's got a lot of jump seats. There was a question in chat about why so many jump seats.
Because people get knocked around when you're going into atmosphere, to be blunt. It was somewhere so that you don't have to sit inside your tank while you actually land, and you can go sit in the jump seats and not get thrown over.
Yeah, I think the question I saw was why so many jump seats if the crew is only for 6, and the answer is it's not for the crew, it's for the people you're transporting.
Yeah, it's for your guests.
There was a question in here, Ben. They asked if you mixed up the paints. The paint for the suggestion was the paint for the Assault looks very industrial.
Oh, okay.
And the paint for the industrial one looks.
No, I think a giant bumblebee is quite an aggressive thing for the Assault. I think it's got a bit of a sting to it, isn't it?
The bee ship was something else.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, we liked it.
Yeah. No, it's great looking. For folks asking about the paints and stuff that are not showing up in game, yes, there is a separate issue. Basically, without going into too many details, we have crushed our concurrency records for this patch. The last 24 hours have seen a concurrency the likes of which Star Citizen has not seen before. And that's slowing down a number of systems. 1, the mission system, and 2, the ability for the entitlements to actually filter into the game. They are working on that. They are attributing more resources. The stuff that you
at least there's a lot of people playing.
Purchase in the store will show up in the game. They're not lost or anything like that. It's all slow right now because there's just a lot of people knocking on the authentication and knocking on the entitlements right now. But they're working on it.
I mean, if there's that many people flying, then that's actually pretty good performance-wise.
Let's do a couple things. Let's get it out of the way. The free fly. You may have seen some notifications about the free fly that was supposed to start today. We are not going to start the free fly today. For no other reason than it would be.
It's actually fully canceled now at this point, yeah?
To do it. Sure, we'd love the influx of people. Sure, we'd love the influx of, it can only help the bottom line, but it's a terrible experience for our existing, Star Citizen player base. So we are not going to start the free fly until the mission system cools down and we feel better about the experience for the existing players. And yeah, there's probably a more elegant way of saying that, but I figure I'd just lay it out straight. We're just not going to do it until we feel like it's a good experience for everybody here. All right. So Ironclad Assault. Let's take a look at the Pitbull. The Pitbull was a nice little surprise. So Pitbull, what is this? Is this just a Drake Fury? Is that where we started with?
Pretty much, yeah.
Basically, Drake Fury, yeah.
So one of the very
How do you get inside of it?
Questions I get at Bar Citizens a lot is, I love ship X, but I hate manufacturer X.
Right.
And as we've talked about many times, we have our big ship matrix of sizes and roles.
This thing is
and we always wanna
ridiculous.
fill everything,
6
and then
guns
within
is
that
insane.
have options, and the Pitbull is just a great theory
One
alternative.
one
of the
Drake
hard
engine.
Design requirements I set from the start for it was it must not exceed the bounds of the Fury. So that presented some challenges because the Fury, which Dan worked on, was a challenge for fitting stuff in. And
wanting more guns on it didn't make it easier.
Adding more guns and missiles to it.
It's got 6 guns. What is it? A 4 size 1, 2 size 2?
Yeah.
nuts.
So.
And then it's got missiles.
And it's got a load of missiles.
So talk to me about this decision. You're going to add 6 guns and missiles to this. Do any of you have any conscience whatsoever?
The only problem is we couldn't fit more. Like, physically, there isn't space to fit more and make it still fit inside the Fury's bounding boxes.
Yeah, I think there was a line I wrote for the copy on the website. It was more guns than common sense. Or it has more guns than sense. I don't remember if it actually made it to the live.
There's going to be a massive write-up on Reddit explaining all the different places we could put a gun.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Oh yeah.
I'll take inspiration for it for if we ever make a variant of it.
It's sort of got, what's the helicopter that it reminds me of?
Hind.
Is it a Hind helicopter? It sort of reminds
Had
me
a lot of Hind
Yeah,
references.
we had a bit of that in the kind of original concept, didn't we, with the Hind references.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it was one of Sam's, wasn't it? So
Yep.
yeah.
Talk to us about that concept. You're just sitting quietly there, blocking the hole in the screen.
Like we've been told a couple of times, more than a couple of times, I'm afraid, to make it less cute.
The Hind?
Because it was
Come on, you know.
really.
Slide your chair up. Slide your chair.
Like he's
Bring your
going
chair
to
up.
the teachers.
Hey, just come and join me. Come and join me. We're not standing on ceremony here.
We tried to make it.
Oh,
as small
okay,
as
this
possible,
thing.
But some did, obviously. So.
Sam Burrito.
Just
Let's go with Sam Burrito.
Sam
MI24. Hind.
Concept art.
And we had to make a proper effort to change the aesthetic in order to be less cutie and more Pitbull and less Pug, I guess.
It didn't work very well. It's very cute.
Well, oh, you didn't see the other concept.
Its concept.
Yeah.
were
The other
really
one had like
cute.
really big eyes.
Oh.
Yeah. One of them had like floppy ears and stuff. Not even exaggerating, there were parts of it that looked like they were floppy ears.
It's when Chris first saw it and he just sent me a Minions gif, and I'm like,
Yes?
I don't know how to take this. Is this a good thing or is this a bad thing? And then we got to the bottom of what he was after, and yeah, adapted it, and I think it turned out great.
Oh, I think it's amazing.
Yeah, I think it's super Drake. Like, I think one of my favourite bits is just the size of the engine. Like,
the engine's so-
engine versus overall dimensions is perfect for it, which is I think why it's quite so.
80-20.
Yeah.
80-20 engine to
The aesthetic
cockpit.
that we wanted
Yeah.
for the ship was that you're not riding a ship, you're riding an engine.
With guns.
With guns
You just
attached.
stuck a bunch of guns to an engine
And a seat.
and a seat.
Yeah.
That's your retro thrust. You just fire it all and just break.
You just turn around.
Red Hood 87 says, in the current meta, why even put 1 to 2 repeaters on something when they don't do any damage to basically any ships?
Well, our balance tuning will be revisited in the future, but in general, this is the deal, right? Like, we want those little snub ships to be a threat to smaller craft, like the Gladius, for example, and not a threat for something bigger. And yeah, exactly, like mostly everything else on this table. So the question is more where you should try to imply those ships and why you should use them for. Because clearly, on the other side, yes, you might say the gun size is a bit low, but the performances instead are outstanding, because like the overall forward thrust ratio is very good, maneuverability, the rates of rotation are amazing, the handling also as well, it's very reactive. So yeah, you might have less powerful guns, but if you want to, for example, let's say maybe storm a couple of fighters and fight them, then probably it's a good tool to do that. Clearly there are downsides on the durability and Drake and everything else.
But also the guns are swappable. You can change the guns out.
Yeah, you can use ballistic as well, but you know, we now have with the armor system some damage threshold that you need to meet in order to apply any damage, right?
Sure, but that's still subject to change,
Yeah,
being
it is
worked
subject to
on.
change.
We do have
And
future
also,
plans for
yes,
it, but
and also
it's-
like nothing prevents you to go out in a group and use other different type of ships to bring down the armor, and then use other ship that has less powerful gun to then apply damage as well.
Plus, it's bringing the right tool for the job.
Exactly.
The ship isn't designed to take on Polarises and Idrises. Well, it's not.
What is designed to take on a Polaris? Because I'd love.
If only we had a ship we could talk about.
Shame.
No, but there's again we run into the same thing.
They're talking about the M80 or
everybody's gonna
something
want
else. I guess the M80
their
has
ship
2
to
size
do
4s
what
and a
they
2
want.
size
And
5s,
the
so that's
reality
pretty
is they're all
beefy.
designed to do different things. Some are designed to work in swarms.
Yep.
You know, like the Pitbull and whatnot. Others are just supposed to be the best ship ever until somebody puts the wrong guns on it.
What are you on about?
What's wrong with the guns?
Well, we made the better ones, remember?
Oh.
it's got its new guns. It's got its new guns at Defensecon now.
Yeah, do we like the new guns more? Or
We like the new guns
okay,
more.
cool.
We like the new guns.
That's good because you made them.
No, I made both, so it's fine.
Yep.
Yeah.
I made every ship.
Shout out to some again.
You're right. I made every ship.
That's right. I did actually make the guns.
I know you did.
Question for Dan: can I move a door frame 3 centimeters in the nose of the ironclad?
Oh, that'd be
That's
Joe.
good,
That.
yeah.
That'd be Joe. Yeah, there's
Saw this. I actually saw this on Reddit here. Hang on. For those that aren't aware, hang on, I'll find it. There we go. 3 cent. Okay, we'll just type it in. The 3 centimeter misaligned door inside of the ironclad. So it's just barely off. And he goes to the other side and shows that it's not off, so.
one of our door frames is like off by 3 centimeters, and he's shown it me, and he's like, "Can I fix it?" And I just went, "No," because the ship was like ready to go. I don't think anyone spotted it yet, but no, Joe.
Reddit posts looking for that.
Can I fix? No.
Not until it's posted on Reddit, and you link me the Reddit post. So there you go. Go find your
Oh, he can't make the post either.
Yeah. Joe has to link me the post. People on Reddit have to find the 3 centimeter door gap.
And Will can't make the post.
Yeah.
Damn.
I see 3Dude31 uses his first time chat to say, "I want poop gameplay." Chris, what's your response?
That was a
Wow,
first-time chat.
that's a hell of a way to put me on the spot. Can I say no?
I mean, you did add the bucket.
I did add the bucket. The shiv bucket is one of
The
mine.
guy who did the
Yeah.
ship bucket.
That's it.
Oh, are you responsible for the shiv?
I am responsible for the shiv bucket, and I only mildly regret it.
What bit of it do you regret?
Can you sit on it?
Most of it.
That's nice. That's a good feature.
Yeah, it was one of those cases where we wanted to reuse this area, and Cutlass owners as a whole bemoan the fact that they don't have a
They
bathroom.
had their opportunity, a poll went up, and they voted for the Crusader shuttle, not the toilet.
So this is our consolation prize to all Cutlass owners. There's your bathroom.
That's so Drake.
As far as like where toilet gameplay is coming, dude, you're talking to the wrong man. I have no idea.
I just want to see what you do.
We do put a lot of bathrooms in, don't we?
Sometimes with the wrong amount of taps.
Yeah, we've got 2 on the ironclad on each of them.
So it's correct.
Yeah, that's
Well,
fine.
two bottles of water.
Oh, wait. We have some 2-tap people at this table?
We are all
This is
Everyone's. This is the 2-tap table.
Calm down.
Oh,
calm down.
no, it is not. This is not a 2-tap table.
Here we go.
This is my table, son. This is a
okay.
1-tap table.
The table's made out of parts.
It's
We
split,
can
yeah.
just
move you away.
Are you all 2-tap people?
I think
Yep.
so. In,
Could be. I guess
in
the
this-
Italians aren't, I guess. So.
Never seen a 2-tap.
You've never seen 2 taps. You have to come around my house, lad. You can see that.
Bring your paintbrush.
Yeah.
So, love the bomb racks on the. Oh, it's right. I love the bomb racks on the tally, but we need a ripple selector to allow for actual carpet bombing. That sounds like a feature request.
We need fucking rocket pods.
It's,
Put it in
it's sort of, there's a limitation at the moment. It's not really a limitation, that there's a max number you can queue up of your ordnance. And
It's quite high though, isn't it?
it can be, so it defaults to 4. We can do overrides per ship to give larger amounts, but it also applies to missiles as well. So in the Retaliator's example, if we increase the base one to be, I think you can fit like 100 of the Size 3 bombs in it, If we increase it to that,
All
you could
your
fire
torpedoes.
all your torpedoes all in one go.
I'm not hearing a downside.
Well, the issue is that the animations on the rack would also all try to play simultaneously.
Yeah.
Doesn't it take time to like load them all up?
It does.
Not if you queued them all.
Yeah, you have to spend the time queuing them.
Yeah.
But yeah.
got like
Fully
an auto
aware
clicker.
Spirit A1 owners are very mad about not being able to carpet bomb still.
So final words on the what is it called? The Pitbull, or if you look at the one map inside the show hall, the Peeble.
I do think while we
I wonder if that was on purpose, because most
It was
internally
not
we've
on
been calling it
purpose.
the Pibble.
Well, we had that. There was that. You couldn't update the TIFFs. There was that bug that were.
None of the
last
tips
2
worked. I had
days
a
before
virtual
release,
tour of
we're trying desperately to update the TIFF
Defense
file,
Con. Not
and
a
we kept
single
doing
one of
it.
those fucking info
You want
panels
to talk
worked.
about? Hey, well, whenever we do a big.
Move on. Just get on.
Line them up, that's fine. Let's get them going. Pull the string.
Hold on. So whenever we do a big show like this, there's invariably a whole bunch of questions about why didn't you fix this before you released this and stuff like that. There are now. It's no different. I've been at this for a long time now, and the short answer is you just can't. These aren't the guys that
Short
work on
answer is,
performance and
fuck you.
stuff, and their work doesn't get held up by somebody else's work and stuff like that. Not if you can help it anyway. Sometimes it does, but sometimes it just takes. Sometimes it is so ridiculous how to where these bugs come from and how to fix them. For the last 2 days, this isn't a terrible bug, but for the 2 days before release, we couldn't update the TIFF files. Like we'd submit a new TIFF and it just wouldn't update. That's why there's a map in the show hall that says the Drake Peeble right now, and we're all just looking at it going, we seriously can't fix the Drake Peeble on a map? We know it's there, we can't fix that. It's like, nope, there's other more important things to deal with right now.
I think also
There's other more important things.
like Groundhog Day as well, because we were the same on. There's a paint that's gone out. That's the thumbnail's slightly wrong on it, and you update it, submit it, come in the next day. It's still broken, and you check, and all the work's been done. It's just that Groundhog Day moment of, and then you realise that it's not actually our fault, and
It's all triage. It's you do the best you can. You try to get as much as you can, but at the end of the day, it's the only alternative is 2017 and 3.0, and you end up with nothing out for 9 months. And we swore after that we would never do that again. So, all right. So that's the Drake Pitbull.
You could have delayed it one more week, but no. Drake Day was
Done.
Thursday.
That's the end of that conversation.
All right. So
Contribution here.
up next, let's look at a ship that releases tomorrow. So this will be many people's first look at the upcoming Origin M80. So before we switch to, oh no, we're going to do it now. There it goes.
You're eager, Will. You're eager.
Sorry. So before we switch to the M80, what is it? Let's set this up.
So the M80 is Origin's sort of debut into like dedicated combat ships, and it's a heavy fighter.
And and when was the last time we did an Origin ship? It's like
400i.
400i. No,
Oh,
so
X1s, yeah.
400i is the last new one. The X1 is the last released.
Yeah, but the last new Origin ship was the 400i, and that was
2019.
It was before the pandemic. I thought it was during the pandemic.
It was like 2022.
I remember we teased it for a very long time.
No, it was during the pandemic. We recorded the Citizencon
The 404.
video.
No, it wasn't. It was the 404. It was the spaceship not found. It was the first April Fool's.
Okay.
It was 2021 or 2020?
I think it's 2022 because it was like a ship.
Chat,
that was
help
like
us.
Just before Chat, yeah. Why are we asking? Like,
Yeah, I was supposed to say,
2021.
There you go.
Somebody in there was like, I can't believe they don't remember when they released the 400i. We make a lot of spaceships, folks.
I was about to say that is just a blur to them.
Origin in so long. How exciting was it to come back and actually resurrect this brand that we haven't touched in so long?
Artist.
Okay, you talk to me. Yeah. I think it was kind of a double-sided really, because it was not only was it an Origin ship that we haven't done in ages. I mean, I've not been involved in like an Origin start to finish new concept at all since looking after the ship team.
Oh yeah.
I was on it with the 400 like production, but not in terms of like the concept side. So we had new manufacturer, or not a new manufacturer to us to play with, but also it's their kind of debut into pure combat.
Yeah.
So that was also something else we could do. So we kind of we looked at it, and I've been obviously paying attention to what people's reaction has been and stuff. And some people have called out like, oh, this doesn't feel quite that Origin, this bit doesn't feel quite that Origin. But it was a chance to kind of look at the manufacturer kind of with fresh eyes.
It's almost a Kruger
new world.
ship.
It's where we want to
almost.
take it. Do we want to stick to the same old that we've done for all the kind of like more commercial stuff, or do we actually want to push the limits a little bit? You look at a lot of
like a performance Origin,
real world manufacturers of cars, and don't get me wrong, some do really cool things, and then others do interesting things. And I think you can. It's our chance to kind of just inject a little bit new life into the manufacturer.
Let's take a look. So this is the Origin 404. No, I went back to the old guy. The Origin, what is it called? M80.
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 And this is a heavy fighter. And let's take a look at the exterior here. Talk to me about what we're looking at.
Internally though, with the way that the interior is fully Origin. Exterior though, definitely Kruger.
Super sleek and kind of made sure that it has those kind of really nice kind of like flowing Origin lines. But obviously we didn't want to sacrifice functionality. And that's why, when you kind of power the weapons on or off, you do have that.
Like from the rear, it's definitely more Origin, but like from the front, it's Krugerish.
A lot of discussion over weapon sizes and whether or not it was undergunned or whether or not it was overgunned and everything. And then slowly, a couple of people started to guess that, hang on a minute, there's some seams in these panels here.
Almost like we planned it.
Yeah, and I think it
so
kind of
two
shows
size
that
fives,
it's
two size fours.
Got some bite to it.
So what are our inspirations here? What were we thinking when we designed this?
So Jacob Lipple designed this one in the concept phase, and anyone who knows him knows that he's obsessed with planes, and you can tell. There is a strong contrast between the soft lines of the front and the strong lines
clearly
of the rear.
F-14 Tomcat,
There is a strong contrast between the color as well. There is a lot of lines flowing into each other's, looping and reconnecting, typical of Origin. So it maintained that DNA, also evolving the tail in something that is exactly like the 100i, but just sleeker. So there is a lot coming from the aeronautics side. I'm thinking of like the Rafale, F-35s, some Russian planes, and a lot coming from the automotive design world. So smooth transitions, very sleek German-Italian designs.
Right, because Origin in the lore is actually from Germany. It's actually it's Cologne, Germany, actually, if I remember that correctly. Is it possible to raise the landing gear and see what it looks like in flight mode?
Yep.
So that's one thing folks haven't seen.
Raised.
Yeah. The preview images we put on social had the landing gear down. I noticed the landing gear is wheels. Origin sticking with the wheeled landing gear. I'm assuming somebody in chat is asking when ships will roll on the landing gear. Anything we can tell people
That looks good without the landing gear. Oh my!
Is something we still want to do.
Oh my!
But we're not abandoning the idea of wheel landing gear. Testing. Now this is where it really starts to shine. Get a little lower if you don't mind. Yeah, look at that thing without the landing gear. It's like, that is a good looking ship.
That's insane. I've never actually looked at it from the bottom. That's so good.
I always look at the bottom first.
There it is.
Yeah, there is so much parallax in the engines.
Amazing,
so
Jared.
many
All right.
lines that are absolutely intentional. Everything connects into each other. It's so masterfully designed.
Can we bring the weapons out again?
I remember, like, you know how the weapons come out from the side here? I remember seeing someone mention that they thought it might have been like a side ramp. So they were close. Like they spotted the seams. Like you guys have got like, you get given like one tiny image on Twitter, and you're able to work out that something's coming out of that.
I am terrified of them.
Yeah, they work anything, aren't they?
So what kind of performance we're talking about here, Matteo?
Well,
it's a heavy fighter, but not all heavy fighters
It's a
are.
heavy fighter, but it's very sleek. Looks very.
So
very
apparently,
fast. So
according to all the fighter boys over on Reddit, it's got about the same turret radius as an F8, but it's got horrible yaw. So you want to pitch and roll with it more than you want to fly it like, let's say, something like a Guardian.
it's actually, we thought from the get-go, to be fair, with Georgi, our other designer on the team, that the interceptor role would have been perfect for this type of ship. So basically, I guess, yeah, you could expect this M80 to kind of go against up the Scorpius in terms of performances. They're quite similar role and similar with similar capabilities, with differences in between the two, of course. But yeah, this is pretty much what you can expect. So very, very fast straight line speeds. It's not the best in terms of rates and rotation and handling, but it's very fast. And especially with the speed that you can reach under boost regime, that is going to like help you a lot, especially like in group fights. It's going to be very, very interesting. As so far, like the Scorpius, we know nowadays is one of the best heavy fighters that we have in the lineup in terms of balancing and tuning and feel. And we think with the M80 was a good opportunity.
Yeah, there's a whole interior inside there.
More into this type of tunings and into this type of experience specifically to make it shine as well.
So within the heavy fighter genre, there are individual tunings within. This is the interceptor tuning within heavy fighters.
Yes. So basically, like what we intend in terms of like.
Yeah, it's actually got a lot of room inside.
Basically, you're trading up speed and sorry.
It's basically like a tube shape on the inside with a ramp that goes down from the front.
And speed, basically. So you can be faster. You're basically more a boom and zoomers / energy fighting type of style. And this is what the M80 is.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look inside. Now, one of the more interesting things, can we use the door? Do we have the option to go in through the...
Not right now, unfortunately.
Oh, the door is broken?
The animation
It's just through an editor mode.
It's because of the editor. All right, because we're not in game mode. So it does...
Yeah, that ramp goes down.
Where the bottom of the ship is actually also the door.
Yeah, that's one of the kind of like the nods back to the 400i.
Yeah, it's got 400i kind of cues from that.
Staircase, I should say, that comes in from underneath the ship. It was kind of like a conscious decision of how do you want to get into this thing, and obviously, you can go kind of classic kind of fighter mode and get into the cockpit, and then have to climb out back into the kind of interior. But we just felt that this kind of was a bit of a nicer entrance in.
Okay, and what are the amenities in here? It's got a bed. It's got
a bed. It's got weapon racks. It's got access to all your components. We wanted it to kind of keep its origin kind of DNA, but be in a heavy fighter. And so, one of the things that is helpful is having kind of easy access to all your components. So we kind of prioritized that that kind of functionality as the kind of like the main thing that we really wanted on the interior of the ship, and then obviously being able to kind of stow your weapons and a bit of personal storage and that sort of stuff. It wasn't meant to be like an explorer or anything like that. It was supposed to be combat focused.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of space so you can keep general boxes from utility missions, so like the small ones that you gather. Now obviously.
Oh yeah, there's cargo in the rear too that comes down.
Weapon racks, a little bit of personal storage.
Then the racks come down from the landing gear. It's really cool.
All inside, so you don't have to go outside if they get damaged, so you can repair them from the inside. But obviously there's not enough space for all the components on the inside, so the less critical ones for being able to actually operate the ship are outside the ship.
So, will Origin ships in the future follow a similar design to the M80, says somebody whose name I'm not going to say out loud?
I think it really depends on the role and depends on what we want to do with it. I think, obviously we want an Origin ship to feel like an Origin ship, and I think that's kind of key to it. And I think, you see this lineup, or you see this vehicle kind of lined up against the other.
When you look at it from above or below, I think it makes a ton of sense, flawed reasoning.
It really depends on the role of the ship. If we
Especially if you like the F-14 Tomcat.
If we do more commercial ships, we might not. I think in the more kind of commercial stuff, we've looked at a lot of like
luxury
yachts,
hotels,
luxury
spas.
yachts, that side of things. Whereas obviously, personally, a yacht doesn't feel very combat-y. So I think there's a lot of range within our manufacturers to experiment with visuals, and I think that's kind of one of the nice things of the game that we work on, is that we are able to kind of...
I grew up burning out copies of Top Gun on VHS. Of course I'm going to be an F-14 fan.
The Origin DNA, which Origin has its own identity, but you wouldn't expect a industrial Origin ship or a combat Origin ship to look the same.
No.
You'd expect them to be completely different, and this is one of our first times we've been doing very dedicated combat focused, like completely only combat focused Origin ship, and it has a little bit difference, but it's the same way that a combat Drake ship is a bit different from a combat.
I mean, the 325 is a combat ship, but it's a variant of an existing line, so there's only
Exactly.
so much you can do with a variant.
Same
Exactly.
With 125 and
Yeah.
the M50 has that split of
Yeah.
interceptor and racer. So
But it's a true
yeah,
just
this is a
just a
complete
dedicated
standalone
fighter
new
as is.
chassis. So
You see it in real life automotive manufacturing and aeronautic manufacturing as well, that like even though, you know, Boeing makes planes, right, but they also make helicopters, and, you know, Rolls-Royce makes engines, not just
Oh, yeah.
like, you know, the
Mitsubishi make air
Oh,
conditioning.
Yeah,
Mitsubishi
exactly, yeah,
makes
it's-
everything. Mitsubishi
yeah.
is my go-to. Every time.
I think they make our lift.
I need a product.
Yeah. Sorry, you're touching on one of my biggest pet peeves here. When people are like, that doesn't look like X manufacturer or Y manufacturer wouldn't do that. I always go to Mitsubishi. About that. This is the same company
Look
that
at the
makes
Hilux
tanks,
versus the Supra.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
refrigerators, tanks,
Lifts.
elevators.
Yeah, some companies make some wildly different products. So, all right, another ad break here. Hang on. All right, BRB. What's up, troubleshooter? 95 consecutive watch streams. Dude. Incredible, man. That's almost 100. You're getting into 3 digits.
Hello there.
Okay, are we ready? Okay. All right.
I do think it's important to keep. Like,
we are back.
Elevators.
I do think it's important to keep like some kind of core DNA. Like, you know, when there's a BMW really like, you know, right behind you, you know it's a BMW. But like, yeah, because it's right behind you. But there's always like these core parts of the DNA of like the manufacturer, which, you know, I think Alberto touched on it perfectly when he was doing like the first fly around about how Origin always like reconnects the lines back around, and like it's that core art direction can be applied to other contexts.
Yeah, there's core rules, isn't there?
Yeah.
And then there's areas to kind of flex those rules.
But even then, even brands evolve over time. I mean, in the fiction of our universe, some of these ships, like the like the Idris and the Javelin, are hundreds of years old. So why would an Aegis ship today look anything like an Idris that was designed 200 years ago and stuff? They got new people. They come in with new ideas, new technologies, stuff like this.
The Zeus Mark 1 versus the Zeus Mark 2 is like probably the most clear example that the players would be familiar with.
I mean, technically, the Connie folks are flying right now as the Mark IV. You saw that change from the Mark III, back in the day. It's these RSI is a great one. You look at how the RSI. The new Aurora and stuff. It's not that the old ones never happened or whatever. It's that these things evolve.
And then within RSI as well, you have like if you look at like the Polaris, it's like the more military centered. Whereas like if you look at things like the Apollo, it's a little bit more cleaner and like not military. Right?
Look at the Connie as well, like the Phoenix. They're very different DNA, but at the same time, they're both very obviously RSI.
Yeah.
Belladrim had a question here. It says. For Matea, he goes, if you say it competes against the Scorpius, which is multi-crew, while this is solo, how do you keep the ship from being overpowered?
Well, as the most veteran pilot can attest, the turret on the Scorpius is actually a plus and not a minus. So the fact of that being multi-crew is not a downside at all. So I don't see specifically here.
I was about to say, what are you talking? What is this guy talking about?
To be honest.
The extra turret on the Scorpius is like an extra freaking like 4 guns. Is it 2 or 4 guns? Like, that's really good. 4, yeah. I was about to say it's like the Hurricane, except better because the base ship has 4 already.
They're just gonna be 2 different ships.
Somebody's just like, I think it's a waste because I'll never actually fly somebody in shotgun to allow the use of that turret. So therefore, it is inferior. Bro, just find somebody to fucking fly in the turret then. Make it not inferior. Jesus.
Different.
Like, can that, instead just be like an extra 2 guns for the pilot? No. Because it's a fucking turret. Like, that's the whole point.
Tools, they are covering the same role. One is gonna shine on maybe certain tasks, the other one on others. So I'm positive that on the balance side, it's going to be fine. It's going to be quite interesting seeing what people will prefer to go out and fight other people.
Somebody's asking if the M80 has stealth features. I mean, a lot of off.
Turn it off, your signal will go down rapidly.
Very stealthy.
Well, there's a lot of folks who have watched that movie, see kind of a shared lineage with stuff. I thought the first time I saw it, I thought it was more akin to the fighter at the beginning of Top Gun Maverick, and what there's inspirations everywhere. So folks are asking about the stealth stuff. Of course, you can replace the components with stealth grade components and stuff. There'll be tunings that you can do, and then of course through crafting, there's the stealth grade components, and then there's the crafted stealth grade components and stuff. And you can make it quite more stealthy than it may be off the line.
It's not designed to be a stealth ship. It has nothing going for it that would force it to be stealth. Obviously, with crafting, with components, you can alter profile of a ship and how it works to a degree.
So interesting, because when it goes back to that question we had earlier about why would you put size 1 and size 2 repeaters in this thing. There's this. I think sometimes there's this concept that the ship that you get off the factory line that's supposed to be it. And no, we're building an MMO here, and a big part of all MMOs is upgrading from your common gear to your uncommon gear to your rare gear to your epic gear to your legendary gear, and being able to do that with not just weapons but all of these components and stuff is how you're able to take these ships from their base configurations and drive them closer to what you want. That's part of the fun in this. We're not supposed to just give you the best version of this ship right off the line.
Well, there are very, very few exceptions, but in almost every component the player gets in the stock ships is a C grade. It's a C. There's A and B to upgrade into. We do that on purpose. It's not that we put the wrong one on. It's always a C grade component.
Yeah,
because we want that space.
Clearly, there are, of course, boundaries where we think it's acceptable, for you to personalize the ship. Because, for example, I don't think we don't want a scenario where you can tweak your people to be an absolute truck. We want the DNA of the ship to stay in certain confined spaces, so to say. But inside those, we want for you to be able to, basically try to achieve whatever you want. And have different play styles, basically. So if you want, for example, run a stealth build people with no shields and less guns, because you want the surprise factor, then you're free to do it, right? So.
But Drake will never talk to you again.
Yeah, but clearly, you have to be careful.
I wonder how low its signal would go if you drop the shields off it. It must be tiny.
It must be tiny, yeah.
And what guns come on the M80 again?
2 size 4s, 2 size 5s, and then a bunch of missiles underneath, which not a lot of people talked about. Then they've seen it has lots of size 1 missiles, but there's actually some larger ones that also deploy out the bottom.
Oh, do we have the ability? No. Yeah, Will's shaking his head. We don't have the ability to deploy it.
Just imagine.
We don't have the technology. We can't rebuild it.
We had some technical issues before the show. Oh, the screen's back. Oh, no, it's not. Every time the fire goes, you can see it. You can see it's bad. All right. So, final word on the M80. We happy with it?
I think the team did an insane job, to be honest. Like, it wasn't something that we saw it from like the other side of the room, I guess, like watching the team tackle that. And
is this an admittance that you didn't make it?
No, I didn't make it.
Okay.
We know that's not true.
Yeah.
But a lot of people did an incredible amount of work, and bro, looking at it now, it's just insane.
It's fascinating to walk around the office, and in one half of the room, I'm looking at someone trying to make the dingiest, darkest, grubbiest wall they can, while making it look new. And then on the opposite side of the room, seeing someone trying to make something so shiny that you can see your own reflection in it.
I know.
And yet, we're just one company that seems to be able to make all these different styles. If only the brands could do that too.
The biggest...
Going back to my... brands can step outside of one thing. That's the biggest point of contention, Ben.
Have we busted the myth that there's no
I
such
think
thing?
Ben can do anything, is what I'm saying. Ben can do anything he wants.
Except get lights working.
He doesn't have to have rules, is what I'm saying. I think you can do whatever you want.
Have we busted the myth that there's no like Drake team, RSI team, MISC team?
This annoys me
like,
as well.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's like,
Well, who's on the Drake team now?
It's like the Origin team have been asleep for the last 4 years.
Yeah, the Origin team, they just went on holiday. We forgot to let them back in.
That's true. I suppose they're not being a new Origin ship since 2021, kind of.
We had to hire a bunch of new people just to specialize in
those
that.
guys have been waiting for 5 years on the website to make a ship.
That's how long the M80 took to make. It was like 5 years of just cooking.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Now, some part of that we caused. There were early ATVs where we made statements like this studio is more focused on this manufacturer and stuff like that. We caused that misconception way back in the day. But yeah, as the project has evolved and stuff like that, it's become much more homogenous.
Yeah.
It's like this. Oh, my computer just crashed. Okay, no more questions. No, I'll reboot it here while we're looking at the next thing. So, from the M80, on which comes out on tomorrow. What day is tomorrow? Saturday. I like having a guy here. That's easy. That's great.
You can just stay there.
Is today still Saturday?
What are you doing on Thursdays?
Yeah.
We can get my laptop.
No longer Theoden.
I do concept art.
Yeah, so that's day 3. On day 5, we introduce another ship that could be considered a surprising addition for Defensecon. Defensecon, everybody assumes, the Defensecon or Invictus, whatever you happen to call it, is always going to be fighting ships and stuff. Somebody's phone going?
Yeah.
Was that you or me?
It's me.
All right.
Remind me to take my medication.
No medication.
No medication.
We're
So
working.
let's do this.
All right, we got a timer, guys, and that's the MISC Starlight from. I already said it, MISC. Let's take a look at the Starlight real quick.
This is
Look at
refueling.
this.
How beautiful.
What a cute little lad.
This is the cutest little thing. The first, so I'm gonna pull the curtain back a little bit. There is going to be a trailer for this. It's magnificent. It's one of my favorites we've ever done. Our creative director who makes all of these things. She was already
Can't wait to see the trailer for this.
And,
then
you can go and circle around. A TSG trailer, a DefenseCon trailer. There's going to be an M80 trailer tomorrow. That's also phenomenal. And doing three trailers at the same time. Doing three trailers at the same time is already a lot. And then she saw this guy and she's like, I have to do a fourth trailer. And I'm like, you're going to kill yourself. I'm like, I don't care. Look how adorable it is. It looks like a Pixar thing at the front. But so this is a refueler. Why make a new refueler?
Because we need another one. Like the opening into refueling can't be the Starfarer. It's too big. It's too
shitty, and also refueling sucks. So why are we refueling still?
Earlier, smaller.
I still don't like unless they give enough stuff for like something like even like my Mark IIA to do around a planet to not be able to have to warp, and then make like so like what I don't understand what fueling is for. It's so ridiculous. Like, either my fighter can go interplanetary or it can't, and it runs out of fuel halfway through and needs a jump someone to come out to you just to fuel you up to make the other half of an interplanetary jump. Like, I just don't know what the fueling is for. Unless it's just only for big giant ships, in which case, why do we need a small one?
And start engaging with the gameplay.
Like I could understand refueling an Idris out in a combat zone so it doesn't have to go back to port or something like that, right? But like, for fighters to need to actually refuel, it doesn't work like it does on Earth. It just doesn't, because they let all the fighters warp in between planets. Because of course it should, because then fighters won't have anything to do. Yeah, and if they nerf fuel levels, though, they have to give us more shit to do so a fighter doesn't need to leave the planet. And that becomes its own big deal. But that's not how the game has ever worked. So
there's sort of one of the early design.
Okay, that's cool.
So this was to have interoperability with the Starfarer, so it reuses the Starfarer fuel pods, and they are quite large.
Oh shit! Are those the Starfarers just sideways?
One sort of didn't really give you that much fuel to do refueling with. So
plus we needed the two types of fuel.
And yeah, like you say, we'd need two. One for if you want quantum and hydrogen. So it becomes quite a large ship for what is essentially a starter in the refueling career, but it does everything the Starfarer does in about a quarter the size.
A fucking heavy fighter that has goddamn sleeping quarters better be able to fucking system hop. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Well, does it confuse its occupants trying to find their way through the interior?
I don't think you can get lost in this.
Yeah, then it doesn't do everything the Starfarer does.
It's not a multiplayer.
It does all of the refueling gameplay that the Starfarer does. God, I love this ship.
Yeah, it's cool.
It was. I remember when we first kicked off the concept, and we were like, okay, let's get the fuel pods in. We're like,
in the volume we had.
Where are we going to put the ship? Because they're so big.
But there is a reason it looks so cute and chubby, because there was no space.
Yeah.
This is a lathe concept.
Yeah, it's
right?
a lathe.
This is from lathe, and he had to squash a lot of components.
I finally don't have a beef with mine lane ships, because they said mine lane ships are going to have turret lane capabilities, so I'm cool with it now. Now I have to just, rag on something, and that something's going to be probably refueling now.
A lot, like an entire dashboard, interiors, in a very limited amount of space with this massive refueling port. So,
and it needed the refueling arm.
Yeah, and beetles.
And they need to be accessible, so they can be tracked beamed out. So yeah.
And I wanted a lift.
Might want a lift. It was one of those things where the requirements were there was a long list of things that we needed to kind of tick off as we were concepting this, and I think
that's a bit awkward, isn't it?
It we talk about recognizable manufacturers.
At this point, why does it have to go behind?
Yeah,
Just make it go
this is
out
Misk
and be a
through.
boom
And
arm.
again, but this does kind of also feed into that argument of
Like it does need to fly in tandem
manufacturers
with the
evolve.
ship,
You
like
look
a
at early
refueling
concept
unit. They're
ships,
basing too much of
and
this
they were,
on
they
Earth
had
designs
style
that
and
require
some of the
flight in
recent
the
releases
atmosphere
we've
and not
tried to
zero
kind of, like,
gravity. There's no reason that needs to
modernise
be
that
backwards
style a bit. And I think
facing.
this is kind of really successfully kind of delivered on the Misk kind of DNA. Yeah, it's cool. I don't like calling ships cute because people shout at me for making
It's the
ships that are too cute.
Moodang of spaceships.
Yeah.
It's the mooding of spaceships.
The pipes in air are so good. Like what? Like it's just insane the amount of attention to detail.
I think what's kind of successful as well is not only is it instantly recognisable as a Misk ship, it instantly recognisable as an industrial, a refueler. Like you kind of know what you're getting straight from.
Hey, yo,
the
Reswald, there's someone in the Pimax channel that's having some issues with his software, I think. You check that out.
Big fuel tank.
Yep. Make sure no one's stolen your.
Make sure
fuel
it's still
pods.
there.
Yeah.
No entrepreneur and jerk pilots.
It's this kind of.
It looks like you can remove them, but I don't really see how with that ring in there, unless you pull them out one at a time from the back, but that's stupid.
Around
The feature.
the feature. Is this been a conscious decision of the last
I
year?
think. Well.
It was the only way.
Yeah. And I think visually we had the Starfarer obviously, and that had its kind of gantries at the back, and there was no way we were fitting that sort of
Hello there.
that functionality onto this, and it doesn't really need the gantries, but I think we kind of wanted to again bring some of those little nods, those little bits of DNA back into it. So yeah.
And all small ships can jump systems. Is there some plan to remove it from all small ships that have jump drive? I don't know, man. I have no clue what any of their plans are, but they just want to have their cake and eat it too, which is why we have refueling, but no ship actually needs to be refueled.
If only there was a refinery.
There was no space for anything else.
So it doesn't do the refueling and stuff like this. EF Typhoon says, weird how no ships were ever released weaker than anything else. We're literally looking at one. We release starter ships all the time, and every starter ship is weaker than everything because it's a starter
I'd
ship.
already forgotten the cutter when it came out.
Yeah. We release weaker ships all the time. It's just not good for somebody's narrative at the moment. Is LAMP working on some of the new ships?
Yes.
No.
M80?
Okay, in that one instance where you need to put fuel into a downed
Mechanical
ship,
ejects.
maybe.
Pretty sure it works. It worked on my machine.
But in which case, why do we have a tow truck?
It doesn't work.
Why is there an SRV?
Because I will have gotten to change it to the correct setup.
Oh.
But you can't have done because the canopy ejects.
We can move stuff with now, but it might not be. It might be wrong.
So it's
I might be wrong.
Ding ding.
The answer is find out tomorrow.
It is just a case of it. We're not actively choosing not to put LAMP on the new ships. It's just whether.
I did a post on Spectrum about it a few weeks back that explain like it's not we're choosing to ignore LAMP. It's this is how ships are built. They're built one of two ways, and one way supports out the box.
And the
other way
feature of
doesn't.
LAMP needs to evolve to the next stage, and then it will apply to everything.
It's another thing that Ben is annoyed by.
Yeah, I love how everybody's pissed that new ships don't have LAMP.
When the code side of it works, they're already set up for LAMP. All the setups there, they just don't work.
Yeah, so no fuel harvesting gameplay. Like I said, this is a starter. This is an introduction to the refueling.
It has all of the refueling features that the Starfarer has. Doesn't have the other stuff. It's just the refueling side of it.
And a number of new improvements coming to that gameplay. The process of refueling has gotten easier. You no longer have to open your nozzle and stuff like that. And they've added refueling beacons. At the moment, only NPCs come to respond to the beacons, but that'll continue to evolve like any other feature, and to address to push to more and more players and stuff. But it's refueling and medical gameplay are two of the loops that separate Star Citizen from a lot of stuff. I'm going to be real frank. They both need a lot of work. They both need some more
They're
development.
arbitrary.
Let's
to
just get that out of
sell
the way.
a ship that
But
they made that says
they're
does
loops
this.
that aren't for you. It's like everything else. You understand bounty hunting is for you. You get the thrill of the hunt and the kill. Cargo and mining and salvage is for you. You're building your empire and stuff and amassing your fortunes and stuff. no matter all the fighting, all the adventuring, all the industrial, it's all for you. But then there's mining, there's medical, and there's refueling, which is just about helping your fellow citizen. That's really all it is. Nobody's going to get rich making, refueling ships. It's just not going to happen. And nobody's going to get rich going out and patching people up who've been done. But it's such an amazing opportunity for Star Citizen gameplay to push beyond the more obvious things into this kind of altruistic thing. And we need to be better at supporting it and to continue developing it, because
I'll put it this way: if they figure out a way for it to work, and everybody isn't complaining about not being able to travel,
refueling gameplay,
then it will be pretty cool.
Almost a decade at this point.
Yeah.
So hopefully we continue to push this.
Okay.
Because things like refueling and medical are really exciting.
Okay. Like some arbitrary scenario where fueling would be cool. Some really, really dead star system with pirates that are infested in it. And there's like an outpost kind of asteroid base that's way, way, way out there, further than any range of regular fighters, as far as getting there and coming back, right? So you have your fighters go there, clean up, then you have your refueling ship jump in, along with the cargo ship and the salvage ship and everything like that, and then you guys just fucking clean house on the base. And then you could refuel everybody, and then you could all make your jump back. That is cool. But that is I literally had to craft that fucking movie in my head and play it out for you guys just to fit the refueling as a narrative. So, it's just, if they do make it work and it's fun, then it will be cool. It will be cool. But it's just not fun and it doesn't work. So,
because it's nice to see somebody who's like, you go
to same with medical.
I'm a medic. And I just play the game to help other people. And I love that. So I'm hoping if we can keep pushing.
Being a medic isn't fun, and it doesn't work. So, yeah, they need work on it.
Refueling gameplay. I'll start to hear, I'm just a refueler. I just go and I just help people. Yeah?
That's what Alberta does.
Well, we actually got...
I heal people all the time.
Okay. We got a few nice things changed when we obviously we looked at refueling again a little bit for the Starlight coming out, and it's resulted in a few benefits for the Starfarer. With the pods got some more tension, some art cleanup, making them easier to get on and off both the Starfarer and the Starlight. We ended up changing how the nozzle worked. So at the moment you could change the nozzle on the Starfarer, but you could only do it if you did it through the VMA. But
well, I don't think people have a problem with being trauma team simulator. I'm pretty sure people love being a medic in heavy armor and going rescuing people. But also, usually a downed player means a dangerous area, so, what if your medic dies? How long is it going to take him to get all the way down to the bottom of the ASD? There's a lot of questions here. Is he going to have to fucking, go through the fucking power core in ASD just to get to your body? Do we start to see, and you can't even use the medbed at ASD, so you have to go down and help them. It's ridiculous.
Because we want the nozzles to be shared between them, we changed how the art was attaching, the items were attaching, so you'll be able to change nozzles between the Starfarer and the Starlight, and it just gave it a bit more time. But you're right, it does need more time, more development on it, because it's a really cool gameplay loop for someone that wants to do that.
Quantum Space Weasel says, why are you not incentivizing in-game financial rewards for all gameplay loops equally? You need to be able to get rich doing all loops. No. No, you don't. Not every game loop is supposed to be a path to riches. That's basically what I just got done saying. It's like not all ships are supposed to be able to do all missions. Not all ships are supposed to be able to kill all other ships and stuff like this. There are choices to be made, and in Star Citizen, you're not meant to be one thing. You're not meant to be only this. I'm only a miner, and that's the only loop I do. If that's what you choose, so be it. But we are attempting to build a universe here where you're a miner on Monday, and you're a hauler on Tuesday, and you're a salvager on Wednesday, and maybe you're a medic on Thursday and stuff. And they all provide unique and interesting experiences with all their own unique and interesting rewards, should we do this right. And no, not every profession needs to be a path to insane riches.
It's not always about the destination to wealth in that case. It's sometimes about the journey, just the experience.
Anything else we want to?
Do you guys want to see what happens when you design an MMO where every class is pleasing every person that plays it? If you don't have dedicated actual damage dealers, actual tanks, and actual medics, then you just get stuff where it's just everybody operates within this narrow band and everybody can do everything. Except for Arcane Mage for whatever reason. Like, okay, cool. So the tanks can do just as much damage as DPS, and so can the healers. Because nobody's allowed to not do damage, and everybody needs a heal, and everybody should be tanky. And instead of it being these big spikes between classes, you just have this narrow band of operating maximum efficiency. So, this is what happens if you design a game that pleases everybody. Because Blizzard doesn't want people to go and be like, oh, my rogue sucks. Oh, my Frost Knight sucks. Oh, my fucking, my Warlock sucks. So everything is within 5 to 10% of each other.
You want to share about the Starlight?
I think one thing that excited me about the Starlight was how, because we obviously heard about it being in development while we were doing the Ironclad, and we can like rearm and refuel inside of the Ironclad Assault. And someone made a good point, like, oh, you could just stay out in space in the Ironclad and just come and refuel it, and then have all your smaller Pitbulls come out of that, and you can like stay out in space. And that was like when it first started to click for me that, when you talk about how it's not about necessarily being, this path to riches, but if you're like the refueling guy for like a bigger org, and that bigger org has got these bigger initiatives and they're taking on, like, they're making money doing these other things, you might not get rich doing it, but you might get paid really well if you're really, really good at it. And you've, maybe there's like, I'm sure there's orgs out there that heard what we were talking about, and it's like, well, we could have like a fleet of refueling ships, and their only job is to just make sure that all of our fighters and all of our big ships have got fuel. And at that point, maybe you could get rich because you're part of that bigger ecosystem and that bigger progression.
Oh, yeah. And as, tactical strike groups, which just came out in
But nobody needs fuel right now.
Next big step towards these more ship-based.
I love this idea of needing fuel, but we don't need it.
Players and organizations out there that have been doing fleet.
And as soon as we need it, as soon as we need the fuel, we're gonna hate this game. All right, that's the hard part. Is that it has to be fun. And right now, you know what's fun? Is not fucking worrying about fuel every 5 minutes. Because this isn't fucking IRL, it's a video game. I like the idea of fuel to be needed for special circumstances and be cool to, do it I don't want it to be forced and arbitrary, right? I want there to be a purpose and a meaning for it, and I want it to be fun. And I want my fighter that I fly around to be able to be fun without having to fucking refuel it.
As those technologies continue to develop, as armor continues to come on, as Maelstrom comes online, as time to kill starts to expand and stuff like this, and there's more time.
Like, the entire purpose of a fighter refueling midair is so that it can extend its operating range. The only reason that fighters are able to refuel midair is because there are tankers that fly around 24/7. That is the only way in which Star Citizen currently can have refueling work, is if there are just tankers just sitting out there on their ass, just flying and warping around 24/7, waiting on someone to fucking refuel. If they were to arbitrarily shrink, let's say, the warp sizes of, fighters and the ranges of them to require refueling. Like, the only way this would work is if people were just constantly fucking 24/7 able to do that. That's just not happening, man.
I'm out in the fight. There's more capital ships come online. The Javelin after the Idris, the Odin, and stuff like this. There will be more opportunities to. Oh, this fight isn't done, and for these larger ships, they can't fit in the bay of an Idris and can't fit in the bay of an 8-9 jump. They're going to need refueling ships in order to stay in the fight and stuff. So there's even a role within fleet ops for refueling ships, and which is why, to answer the question that we started at the beginning of this, why a refueling ship is at Defensecon, which I just remembered to come back around to.
Nice.
Just like Origin do.
Sometimes it works. All right, we have got one more ship to look at today, and that is, I sat in a room. We sat in a room. We sat in a conference room with Chris in the middle of last year, pitching the ships for 2026 and whatnot. And after I got done begging, please, can we just do an Origin? I just want like an Origin, please, and whatnot. I just we pushed our luck, and I stood in front of the big man himself and said, Chris, it's a shark with a frickin' laser beam on its head. And that's the story of the Aegis Tiburon. Let's take a look at the Aegis Tiburon. So
forget about this.
This is more than just a hammerhead that just stuck a laser on. Look at this thing. Take us around and tell us what we're looking at, Ben.
Well, the original brief was, let's add a beam weapon to the hammerhead, and like you say, with every
The
time
shape
we showed
is
this
so
in
cool.
concept, it needs to be.
So now it truly is the hammerhead, shark, and the tiburon. They both look like their namesake. So I like it.
Be more shark, and
fuck, that's cool with that point.
I hope.
And the underslung cockpit is always a cool feature.
I'll be honest, I was a little bit skeptic about how far to push it, and I think that's fair. And then I got, I'm just going to say it, I got an image of Bruce from Finding Nemo, and it was like this. I remember going to Alberta and being like,
okay, that's where the shape,
the
like, Bruce shark from Finding, oh, Bruce.
Okay, but I think this is Sam as well, wasn't it? That did
It
this.
was Sam again.
Yeah. I think it was one of those where we pushed and pushed and pushed it, and then we kind of all saw it. It was like, yeah, he nailed it. Like he's got it. It's still, it definitely has that shark DNA. There's no, hiding from that. But it feels like.
And it's still got a decent amount of turret too.
It feels very brutal. It feels very aggressive, and it's got that absolutely exquisite line that just runs all the way down from the side down to the very, very tip.
Yeah.
And I think, and it still sits in that sort of like that age of Aegis next to the hammerhead, and that's
It's
something
got
we're really, really conscious of doing.
basically the same
is because
turret
it was being
layout,
built, around
except
the
minus one
hammerhead
on the top.
Is its core. We wanted to make, it would have been so easy to push its kind of.
Two in the front, two on the side, one in the rear,
Its
bottom.
manufacturing date. Far into
Except
the
they're
future,
single,
I wanted it to
giant,
kind of
huge
feel
ones
like it's
instead of
still
quads.
Kind of sat alongside
So not
the hammerhead
anti-fighter,
nicely.
but like anti-capital
I think
ship,
cool. And then the other
anti-cruiser.
kind of like, I guess.
Or size
not by
7s.
accident,
Nice.
but
So they're
the
size
result
7s. Yeah.
of,
Okay.
us having
Those are
to,
huge. Those turrets are going to pack a punch.
Put more time into it than we were expecting. Was we took a look at the turrets, and one of the things we looked at was like, actually, this would be a really good opportunity to put remote turrets onto it, and I think that was kind of absolutely the right decision.
I like the
think,
asymmetric of the turret,
functionality-wise,
too.
That's super good. It allowed us to.
Yeah, don't bury the lead here. These are remote turrets, so your crew is not spread all.
Well, they are.
Not to the extent.
Not to the extent, yeah. They are much better protected within their kind of like little cubby holes. But
gives them much better visibility.
yeah,
as well.
the kind of like the visibility, the range, just how we can package it, I think is super cool. One of the things that every time we kind of showed Mark the concept, we had the weapons on the outside, and he's like, no, put them on the inside. And then we'd flip them, and I think little decisions like that kind of really improve the gameplay is like super cool. And then just visually, obviously the front looks like a shark, and then we kind of.
I think they'll make like armor-piercing rounds for the Perseus, or
the gills.
the Perseus will definitely have a role.
The big fin in the middle, which is actually like a big.
They'll probably make this like hard to shoot consecutively and have a long cooldown time.
We didn't want it to be just add a fin down the middle. We wanted to give these things purpose, and obviously you've got a massive beam on the front of it, so we needed to kind of build in those kind of like cooling elements, and so it kind of it was one of those things where,
And it's not like, you know, it's not like they can't just bump up the number that the Perseus guns do. What other fucking ship has Perseus weapons? All right, cool. Jack up the numbers. It's not like it's a size 2 mount. It's a size 8. How many of those exist?
the more time we spent with it, the more things fell into place. So yeah,
You definitely exceeded the original.
the original brief was
mandate
like,
was-
yeah, can we just put a laser beam on it? Oh, yeah, easy, yeah, it was 2 weeks.
I remember every time we were going through the concept meeting, every time Ben was coming back and being like, oh, well, it needs to be more shock. And I just kept thinking to myself, this still has the same delivery date, more shock. This is starting to look like a lot more modifications, more shock. Okay, Ben.
There's this thing that I've learned that
I
happens.
like the fin, though. The fin is cool.
Directors, creative directors. When, you know, for 4 days of the week, there will be a, oh, you're just adding to my plate. You're asking for too much. That's way out of scope. And then something like this, where all you had to do was stick the laser on the hammerhead. It's like, no, we're just going to completely redo this. And then we're going to make it so much more than it was. It's that duality of art directors and creative directors is always amusing to me.
Ah, yes, this thing.
Sorry. No, it's wonderful. No, you do not have to apologize for this ship. This ship is gorgeous.
Like the production team absolutely nailed it as well. I mean, they did a
All
fantastic
the
job with it.
fins are good on this thing. This looks so good, man.
It's so cool when it actually fires and everything.
And it has a shark paint.
Yeah, and yes, it does have a shark paint. It does have a little. It's not the same as the Idris. It's got its own.
Not the same. Yep.
It's got its own shark paint. The interior is very similar to the Hammerhead. Because this was also an opportunity to gold standard the Hammerhead out.
And that's why they gold standard the Hammerhead, huh?
Obviously, the front changes because of the fact that there's a giant laser beam on the front.
Yeah, the beryllium sphere from...
Yep, so there's no docking collar.
Galaxy
Instead,
Quest.
It's got a much more expansive armory. So there's
This is really cool. Instead of like a little front hatch,
to be able to actually
this is
use it.
way cooler.
So what does losing the docking collar do, though? Because folks have been asking in the chat what happened to the docking collar.
It doesn't have a docking collar.
Yeah.
There is
What does
no
that do
docking-
for your gameplay?
I mean, it has to land in hangars at this point, so you lose some flexibility for having a ginormous laser beam.
And huge armory.
Yeah.
And the other question folks have had is, who fires the laser? Is that pilot controlled?
It's the pilot.
And so it is another pilot controlled laser.
The pilot does not have control of the remote turrets.
Gotcha.
So those do require someone to be sat in them.
And lots of questions. So at this moment, the only beam weapon in the game is the K-kit for the Idris.
Yep.
That's had somewhat of a dubious existence since it came out. You know, lots of what's the word I'm looking for? Lots of contentious comments about it being OP. In one patch it's OP, in another patch it doesn't seem to hit anything or do any damage and whatnot. What's been going on with the Idris laser? Let's talk about that.
I can't remember if it was late in 4.7.2 or in 4.8 PTU, but there were some fixes done that improved the hit registration of it, and also there was a bug where if you hit an attached item, say like a door, such as the front of the Idris, which is all doors, it was not correctly passing damage up the ship. That's now fixed in 4.8, but there are still some other quirks regarding it not correctly doing damage.
So almost the inverse of the command module thing.
Yes.
The command module, we need it to pass
exactly.
Damage, and this one it wasn't passing.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are sort of tortuously related in that it's failing to pass damage in the correct way up and down the hierarchy, but people are working on it. They know what is wrong with it. It's just trying to find an elegant solution, like most game development in any.
You can't just ham fist these things. All right, ad break again. BRB. BRB, I'm gonna get me a little snack.
Hello there. Hello there.
Cool. All right, we ready? Let's go.
Studio, you fix one thing, doesn't mean you don't make two other issues.
And is that with the K kit on the Idris? Because there is no Idris K.
Yeah.
There's an M and a P,
Hello there.
and then a kit that you can apply. Does that apply to the Tiburon?
Yes, it applies to any beam weapon. So it also impacts the Mauler in TSG. That also has 2 beam weapons on it for shooting at you. But yeah, it equally affects all of them.
I think that's going to be Tuesday.
We have so many
But
different
I was
ways
able
of
to
doing
get
gameplay.
contracts working out in
Like
Nick's.
I'm trying not to explain what the reason is because I don't want people to abuse
Fair enough.
the way around it until we fix it.
But that was 2 days
But
ago.
there have been fixes in the last.
Yes, it should be in a much better position in 4.8 than it was in 4.7.2.
Okay. And then they'll continue to
Yeah.
improve. Yeah. Anything else we need to share about that? Let's take one more look at the Tiburon because it's just a really good looking ship.
The only thing for me to talk about is like this completes the trifecta of heavy gunships.
Right.
So you have the Hammerhead, which is your anti-fighter. You have the Perseus, which is your anti-large ships, and then this is sort of your anti-capital. Everything is designed to face forwards with this and to put that pain.
It's also a bit of the gunship mentality has always been engaging multiple targets. So the Hammerhead and the Perseus are all about Perseus, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Hammer and the Perseus are all about attacking multiple targets simultaneously, and this is a gunship, the first one that's like no, focus fire to take down capital ships.
It still has those 4 remote turrets, so it can spread its fire, but really you want all that fire going in one direction.
It still has its anti-fighter turret at the very rear, just for a little bit more coverage. But realistically, your 4 main turrets at the front that they're designed to hit something bigger. You might be able to hit a fighter with it if you're a very, very good shot and the pilot isn't trying to avoid you, but realistically, you're aiming at something big because you want to hurt it.
Yeah, and the tuning reflect that as well in general. So this, from the batch of ship that we have for
yeah, it will be easily swarmed for sure.
Difficult one to tackle because it has a very specific purpose, and you want as a designer, right, to let the ship fulfill that purpose. And if it has to be the only one, only just that one. And the risk with this powerful weapon was basically to let that be too effective against even everything else that was not supposed to be. So, for example, against a Perseus or against a smaller ship like the Constellation. So our challenge here was to kind of try to make the ship interesting in order to go up against capital ships. So basically was having enough maneuverability and enough agility to cope up with an Idris, right, and be somewhat safe just by orbiting around, keeping the distance, but also to not be effective against something
missile
more
magnet,
small and agile, like for example a Perseus. So the way we did that was basically playing out with the overall like feeling of the ship. So the ship is going to feel way less, like way more heavier than a Hammerhead, for example, even though they are similar. Clearly, like you have a giant laser beam on top of your head when you're piloting it. So you're going to feel it. You're going to struggle to stay on a smaller target because, once again, the ship is going to be not responsive at all. But clearly, you don't need that against a very giant target like an Aegis or even something bigger, right? So this is going to be interesting to see come in play because also it's not going to be as armored as the Perseus and the Hammerhead itself. So it can be.
That's not a horrible idea, actually. That could be the first mine layer.
So maybe a Perseus showing up in the battlefield will pose a serious threat against a Tiburon and can maybe nail that quite quickly if the gunners are very strong.
That's really, as you said, that's sort of the role. The Perseus is designed to take out other ships of its class. So
it'll also be very susceptible to torpedoes because of the fact that it's lost all of its anti-fighter turrets, except for the one at the rear. If there's a Polaris in the area, the big turrets aren't really going to be able to stop it.
If the turrets work more. Or the torpedoes work.
Yeah. There's that.
I've seen the same question a few times in chat. We saw it when we saw. Please do a mining hammerhead. Now I want to battle mole.
It's the mole, isn't it?
Yeah, don't people use them to fight anyway?
One of the questions that's coming up in the chat a lot, it was on social media, is obviously this was built on the hammerhead chassis. Is it a variant? I'm always curious about this question because there have been some very clear rules about this since the beginning of the project. A variant shares the name of the base ship. It's an Avenger Warlock. It's a Constellation Phoenix. It's an Aurora LX or whatnot.
Saber Raven.
It's a Saber Raven. When it shares the name of the base ship, that's a variant. When it doesn't share the name of the base ship, it's not a variant. But that rule has been in place since the project began. But there's always, nevertheless, 13 years on, we still get a lot of questions and whatnot.
325A cough.
Yeah.
15P.
Yeah. There's always a very clear a naming attachment to the base ship. We're always very deliberate when we do that. And one of the reasons when we do, from the Mantis to the Meteor, and one of the reasons we changed the name is to make it, we thought, very clear that this is not a variant. This is a wholly new ship built on existing chassis. The way that there are multiple ships built on the old Challenger chassis for Dodge, or there was a Charger actually, not the Challenger, and stuff like that. So we can clear that up right now, and hopefully that can get picked up and people can shout from the rooftops. When the name is different, not a variant. When it's the name plus a different differentiator, or in your case for the Origin ships, if it's a number difference, it's the same. So with that, how are we feeling about this ship? So this Defense-Con, we have a pretty wide variety of ships. The Ironclad and the Ironclad Assault. I mean, I don't know how you're going to make another cargo ship after the Ironclad. Personally, the Ironclad, I've been saying this for last year. It's for my money, it's the best cargo ship.
It's a challenge accepted.
We have all the letters of the alphabet.
for the whole
Remember
series.
that.
You did a whole video on that one, Jared.
No, I think we made it very clear the whole series is dead. there's no more hulls to be made after
So
that.
Z?
Because we can.
So the Pitbull for the snub fighters, a relatively a small class of ship, no pun intended. That's just with the Fury and might be some use for snub more snub ships in the future. Do I want to hint at Alien Week? No, I don't want to mention Alien Week now.
We got some alien ships then.
The Starlight pushing refueling gameplay and making it more accessible to new people, and of course the Tiburon rounding out that trifecta, as you said, of heavy gunships between anti-fighter, anti-gunship, and anti-capital ship. At this point, that's the end of the show today. But come on back on Sunday of all days, Sunday, May 26th, for the last ship being revealed at Defensecon, where we're gonna go all through the Anvil Odin, the new battle cruiser that's becoming available on the same day. We're gonna fire up the thing. We're gonna go inside the concept model. We're gonna explore the rooms inside.
What the fuck is he talking about? The 26th is a Tuesday. I was about to say, my fucking VR Bar Citizen is on a Saturday on the 30th. What is he talking about? I'm assuming, okay, whatever.
We're going to take a better look at a concept ship than we've ever done, assuming it works. That's why we've made Alberto sit here. We're doing this now. We're going to go off the air, and then we're going to do it. And it'll be pre-taped because none of us are coming into work on Sunday. So come on back on Sunday, the May, what did I say it was?
24.
May 24th. Let's have...
Okay, yeah. Sunday, May 24th. Okay, that makes sense. That's good. That's next week.
I love having the guy here.
It's not the first time.
I should have a guy here. What did I say, the 26th?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 24th. I love having a guy here. Just to bring, I should have like a little Ed McMahon.
We'll just make him a little working terminal. You can just start doing concept mesh.
Yeah. But yeah.
All I hear is you got a new office. Like,
it's a nice office.
Yeah.
He's just empty for like most of
I
the
wouldn't
day. So
say
you just sat here on your
not
own.
do that.
yeah.
You get a nice.
Sorry, Jared. You're trying to close, aren't you? Sorry.
Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. I'll thank you guys at the end of the second half, and then you guys have still got to work. Thanks for watching, everybody. Come back on the 24th to check out part 2 of this with the Anvil Odin. Be sure to check out the M80 coming tomorrow, the Starlight coming on Monday, and then the Tiburon coming on Wednesday. I did that right?
I think so.
Sure. Yeah.
Probably. The schedule's online, folks. And remember, no matter what you see as far as the free fly goes, we are not going to start that free fly until the issues with the mission system subside. So I can't tell you when that's going to happen. There's just
the mission system, though. Everybody else and everything can get fucked, and is fucked.
Then open it up to everybody else. So we're just gonna sit and we're gonna wait. And when we feel the game is in a better spot, that's when we'll fire up that free fly for your friends. So thanks for watching. See you next week, everybody. Bye.
Bye. All right, cool. So that's the M80 and Defensecon. So yeah, enjoy. Gonna be a lot of reactions this week because one, by the time you're watching all of this, I'll probably be in the Metroplex attending my little brother's PhD graduation ceremony. So I'll be gone Wednesday and then back Thursday, if not back Wednesday night. So we're gonna can up some reactions, this being part of that. With that being said, though, we also got me messing with the Pitbull, the M80, and I guess the Tiburon when I come back. So expect those highlight videos very, 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 very soon. With that being said, I hope you enjoyed this reaction. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you for doing the voodoo that you do. Like, subscribe, comment below. Till next time, stay safe, fly right. I'm Chachi Sanchez. Y'all have good night. Oh yeah. Oh All right, all right. Next recording going back to back with these. All right, so I'm going to be gone next week on Wednesday, watching my little brother's graduation, and we need some content. Trying to release daily while there's a whole bunch of stuff to be had, and then we'll probably go back to like 3 times a week after, Invictus. But for now, let's just keep all this stuff pumping, and I hope you enjoy the reactions. So this is the Star Citizen Live inventory. Hang on. Inventory and crafting that was 2 weeks ago, which I did not see. So we are actually going to watch it now. So yeah, I definitely missed this one. All right. Hope you guys got your popcorn ready, because we're doing this again. Here we go.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Star Citizen Live. And if you have any questions, Seb, that part doesn't go on YouTube. Just from here. No, don't worry. I'm your host, Jared. And if you've never seen Star Citizen Live,
are we?
It's where normally I know my own name. They told me before I had to move my heartburn medication. It's like, don't tell people you have heartburn. It's still there. It's about where play the title sequence. Play the title sequence one more time.
Need a do-over, Jared?
Go ahead.
There you go. All right. Start it over. All right, from the top.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Star Citizen Live. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee.
Off to a great start.
If you've never seen Star Citizen Live before, it's where we take an hour out of our program. Nope. Look, we put up a thread, and we asked you for questions about inventory and crafting. And you guys came with questions about inventory crafting. And then these 3 guys, let's show them. They went through that thread, and they picked 26 that they wanted to talk about today. They put them on a list. They made some notes. Some of us have the notes printed up, so make sure we don't forget stuff. And now we're here to talk to you and answer your questions. Joining us on the show this week, Rick. Tell everybody who you are and what you do.
Hello, I'm Rick Porter. I'm the design director at CIG. I work both on Star Citizen and Squadron 42, but mostly lately I've been focusing on the design for Star Citizen and getting one release out after another in the last couple of years.
Yeah. 11 releases last year. Yeah.
Pretty proud of that, honestly.
Yeah. Only because you're next to him. Yeah. No. Because you don't bring me baked goods. Declan, tell everybody who you are and what you want to do.
Yeah, my name's Declan, or Dec. System designer, so it involves helping design systems and then maintain them once they're out live, such as crafting. Yeah.
Which is one of the things we're talking about.
Which is very convenient for this show.
We didn't plan that at all.
No.
And Torsten, who are you and what do you do?
I'm Torsten. I'm his manager, and he's my manager.
It's appropriate that you're sitting in between us.
You see the...
So we got the entire chain of command right here.
Flows.
Wonderful.
So the subject of today's show is crafting and inventory. In our latest major release, 4.7. 4.7. Nobody nodded. They were just completely oblivious.
That's the previous one, yes.
Yeah. We introduced a first iteration of crafting to the Precision universe, where we begin this long journey of putting greater agency and control of the player experience into the hands of those people who play the game, or don't play the game. They just watch the shows and make unfortunate comments. Also, we updated crafting with a big interface update for crafting and whatnot. So, like I said, let's get the questions. Zerator says Jared. Yes, Zerator. You took up 5 lines in Twitch chat. I'll stop the whole show. What do you want? Yeah, it's going to be that kind of show. You didn't know this? You didn't know this by this point? It's going to be that kind of show. Nothing. Zerator is suspiciously quiet now. All right. So let's jump into the questions we got. These are in no particular order. Right off the bat, will we be able to increase quality of a material. And this is a big thing because in 4.7, not just crafting come online, but a major change to all materials.
We have
where
thousands
now
of
it's not
fucking
just, hey, I'm grabbing
single-digit
iron,
differences
hey, I'm
in
grabbing,
quality.
you know,
Please let us
aluminum.
consolidate.
I almost said aluminium because I've been here 4 years. Now that you have to search for varying qualities and get the best qualities and stuff. Will we be able to increase the quality of such material?
Yeah, start with a hot question. Current plan is no. You won't be able to increase the quality of the material, and there's a few aspects that go into that. Firstly, we would like rare materials and valuable materials to remain rare and valuable. Concern being that if I can take a large chunk of low quality, condense it into high quality, given enough time, players will have high quality everything. And that greatly devalues the future play trading opportunities, where we really want to see the scenario of
make it up to tiers, man. Like anything like below 500 can get to 500. Any below 720 or whatever can get up to 720, between 500 or something. Then make it 800, then 850, and then anything 850 and above you have to find and can't refine to perfection. It's very easy to let us get rid of our fucking bullshit, of which 90% of this is. Let's be clear, nobody cares about 300 to 400 fucking quality anything.
Super high rare, high value ore deposit, and perhaps on their player base they set up a shop, and then you have people coming to your shop and buying from you, and you get to interact with them and so on. The second...
What shop? We can't even fucking trade with each other. We can't even buy anything off of each other. Can we just design around the game that, is probably at this point never going to exist, and just actually, design a tier 0 that, works in this universe that you've given us? Oh my gosh.
Part is, there's...
Or how about we just add the actual fucking, giving, the player trading that you said you're going to be adding forever, but never do. I'm just come on.
Probably not.
Spicy tonight. I'm just
for the lower and mid.
I like the idea on paper of there being 1,000 different quality. Yeah, that's cool. The fact that there's 1,000 different stacks is the stupidest fucking thing. And then that's just one fucking mineral. Then you get 2 minerals. Now there's 2,000 different stacks that's in your inventory. How are you gonna search and index that? It's so fucking infuriating.
Quality to have greater value at the moment. Because it's bigger number is better, everyone's searching for the high quality. So to resolve this, our plan is with the refining updates that you will have 2 ingredients for when you're refining. One of them will be a primary, 2 or more, it could be 2 or more to be fair, 2 or more could be secondary. And the quality of the secondary determines how much of it you need, whereas the primary is the quality of the primary is used for the refined material. So if it's iron, we always go for the steel example. So if you're making steel, primary is iron, 750 quality iron makes 750 steel. Carbon, the quality is not too important. So you can get a massive amount of carbon, however much you need, of terrible quality, shove it in and get your steel.
So the value in the lower quality stuff will be in using it to get a greater quantity.
Not quantity, it's just for the secondary inputs, you need less of it if it's high quality. But you can still use any quality. Okay. So you can farm up loads and just shove it in as secondary.
So there's a purpose for the lower quality. And it's, to be very honest, it's something that we discuss a lot, discussed a lot, if we want to go down this road. And as Deck already described, one of the main reasons why we want to stick with this approach of you not being able to upgrade the materials is that we still want you to search for higher grades, that we don't want you to hoard lower grades, because at some point you will be able to upgrade. And for that reasons, we came up with some solutions of making the lower quality actually worthwhile to holding onto them, especially then once we have the refining process in.
Yeah, and we want, when you find those really high level ones, we want that to be exciting. We want that to feel like a moment. And if you could just get higher easy, you would dilute that experience.
Plus, it's good. It seems to me like you're finding a nice compromise here then between, for the people who gather casually, there's a path, there's a useful for the stuff, for the lesser quality stuff they get. But for the people who dedicate themselves, I am going to be a miner, that is my job. because you're going to keep those higher resources more valuable, that effort is going to be more rewarding to those people because they're going to be able to sell that stuff to.
Exactly, that is the point, because with that we open up the opportunities for players to sell it, right? If every player is able to upgrade their materials, then like we swamp the market with a high quality.
Of course, that relies on player trading, and we've got to get there at some point. There's a question. We'll wait until we get to the question. I don't remember what number it was. It's number 2. Player trading.
How convenient.
I lied when I said there's no rhyme or reason to this. I just forgot. Player trading is a much needed feature now that we have crafting. Any news on that?
Yes and no. It's something that's really important to me in particular. Like I got on stage at Citizencon a couple of years ago and talked about how important I think the player-driven economy can be, especially now that we're finally getting crafting out. Like if you can't do player trading, it's not what I want it to be. So going to get there as fast as possible. We've got to balance it against some other things like social features and so forth. But what we want to do is give players a space in the world, taking advantage of the trade centers that we already have in locations where you can go.
Where's Tony Z? Like, with all this economy talk, what happened to the economy and Tony Z? Are we ever doing that again?
Go there and you can take anything in your local inventory and put it on.
Or are we just making up all numbers and just having it just be a big fake economy? Because it seems like that we're just going with that.
On the local net and pick your price and sell it for what you want. Or, you know, what anybody else there that's done the same, you can buy their stuff and get what you need. So we have those actual in-world commercial centers. And then eventually we'll have player bases, base building, where you can do.
So we've given up on quantum. Got it.
So. I'm glad you mentioned social right there. That is the precursor to this. The work that Benoit and his team are doing on developing social tools, which I don't think anybody that's ever played Star Citizen for more than 5 minutes will argue is not incredibly important and incredibly needed. The work that they're doing on social lays the groundwork. It's a necessary foundation for then building player trading on top of that. You have to be able to effectively communicate to people and before you can start player trading. So the social tools are what their focus on is on right now. And the new inventory has had a lot of the same problems that we're seeing with the old inventory, such as slow load times and poor quality images. Are there plans to resolve this?
Yes. So,
all right, next question.
Don't laugh. So for the images, there's a handful of initiatives underway. There's no anti-aliasing on the images, so that's one of the things we're going to look into add in. There is improvements to the framing. You'll see some things that see zoomed out, zoomed in compared to the box. There is lighting and shadows, and then for the responsiveness and the snappiness, it's work in progress. It is our desire to have it instant. So.
I saw something. I'm in a number of chats where for visibility and something, and I saw there was a big conversation. They found a big cause, not the only cause, and there's never only one source for something, but they made a nice big leap in some discovery earlier this week, and I wish I could remember what the heck it was now before I opened my mouth. I just assumed I would remember by the time I got to the point, and I don't. But yeah, they are currently making progress.
Yeah, there's a lot of work into going to making the inventory the best we can.
Yeah, it's hard because it's like, I tried to think, Pete just saw me put my hand on my mouth. He's like, I got it before you put your light on. It's hard. It never quite seemed like it goes fast enough. That thing never goes as fast as we want it to. But mining is currently quite tedious due to only wanting to search for high quality materials. Are there plans? We ended up going into this answer with the first answer.
And I think the other part of the answer to that is like the question is like, all I'm finding is boring stuff. Where's the excitement? It's like we will balance that over time. If we're not supplying enough for the players to like feel satisfaction in that process, if we're not supplying enough for the doing,
it feels like it's really hard to find any significant amount of high quality anything besides enough to make like maybe a couple of guns or some armor. You're definitely not finding enough to make a fucking ship, and you ain't gonna find enough to make a space station or a ground base with high quality materials. Not saying that you should, but like, how if we're only able to find like maybe if we're lucky one SCU total of like 900 plus quality, whatever. And that makes like, 5 to 10 gun, FPS weapons. Great. How many fucking space weapons is that gonna make? Like spaceship weapons. How many size 1s can we make? How many size 2s? Size 3s, size 4s? Like, the economies of scale is not there. And it's still, boring.
Have a good crafting environment. We will adjust the balance of what we think, gets to a good place for both the economy and to make sure that all the other game systems come together for, a fun environment.
For that, we are even like monitoring all the rates that we see drop. So we are adjusting. So for every patch cycle, the numbers might change a bit, so that we're getting to a range where the material that the players will find is actually like meaningful and has a purpose for them. Yep. But I wouldn't call mining tedious.
Well, it depends. Not every game loop is going to be for every person, and we don't know the person who said this. For some people, it will be tedious.
Yeah.
But
it should also be exciting for the people that enjoy it.
Yeah. No, if you don't want to make something that if you make something that's for everybody, it's a little too broad. Those too broad, it's a little too uninteresting and whatnot. You want to make something that's engaging, and some people are going to take to it, and some people are not. One of the things you said about we were going to continue to balance is, I think anybody that's followed the project long enough can attest that we continuously evolve. We put a thing out, and then we change it, and then we change it, and we get feedback, and we change it again, and we get feedback and change it. That's part of developing a game with an open environment like we do. Mining alone, since we're talking about mining, let's just use that, has evolved so much from that initial release. So crafting will do the same. Crafting will do the same, and mining will continue to do the same, and stuff like this. So I think that's been borne out over the years. So. Is the purchase of materials of various qualities other than 0 from in-game locations like mining outposts being considered?
Yes. So
I'm not sure I understood the question.
So at the moment when a shop sells a resource, I've wrote the answer and just stuck people's names on it. So that's the secret. At the moment, shops sell resources at 0 just because that's the default. Right. It's just a tech limitation.
That was never intended. It was,
exactly.
It's just where we landed for the release.
They'll end up selling materials of quality. They won't sell the super high quality stuff. And equally, if you sell good quality to a shop, it'll pay more. But the best deal is probably going to be on the player trade market because that's where people have the most money.
Yeah. We'll have a market with multiple quality values. You'll be able to go there.
1,000 quality values on each mineral. It'll be great sorting through.
And same vice versa. If you want to sell your own stuff, you'll get more for higher quality and less for lower quality. That's absolutely the design, and we'll get there. We just couldn't get there last release.
But what Dex said is that, and I want to highlight that, is that we really want to have player trading standing out in comparison to trading with NPCs. So we want to make sure that, sure, you will be finding like different qualities from NPC traders, but your source should be, or we want to encourage you to actually trade with players there.
And eventually it'll all be tied together. Like whenever a player's trading to another player, we'll be tracking that and adding it to the overall simulation. We've talked about having StarSim, the simulation that knows everything that the players are doing, plus all the things that we're expecting the NPCs to doing, so that when players buying stuff for one price, that is reflected in the NPC prices as well.
Yeah.
So, I lost it.
Hello there.
I lost it from the chat. There was a question from the chat. We just put out crafting. We just put out the first version of crafting. How are you guys feeling about it right now?
Deck did a really good job there. he pulled all the things together and motivated the team's work.
I don't mind the crafting. I'm iffy on 1,000 different qualities. Because if we're talking about inventory logistics, go out and mine for 8 hours, refine all of it, and then tell me your inventory looks good. Tell me that you love how your inventory looks after that. It's a nightmare. And that's just one day of mining, a weekend. And there's going to be space stations worth of material to be built and mined. It's insane.
working on it. So definitely kudos to Deck.
Yeah, we asked Deck to do a lot at the last minute, but like the whole team came together. Like
Sure.
Yeah, like. It's the first step. Like there's a lot more that we want to do with crafting, but just getting that first tier of crafting out felt really good. It's you know that first step, you know, that we needed to take to get it into players' hands to start iterating on it, and we've got a long ways to go. But there's a lot of cool features coming, and yeah.
It was nice seeing like
I mean,
the avalanche.
I hope so.
feedback.
I hope that they really reconsider this 1,000 different qualities, because it's a cool system.
900 quality, and then there was a helmet that was bugged that I had to fix. Which
But logistics wins wars, man.
I think that
it was very nice to see go out.
it even helped internally because the people working on it were all motivated to get this feature in a really good quality, because they themselves are either a fan of crafting or are really like fan of tying things together in our game. So that definitely helped a lot.
Yeah.
Now, of course, there are people who are going to have dissenting opinions. They're obviously always going to be someone who doesn't like how mining works or how crafting works or how whatever. What would you say to people who just wash their hands of the entire system right now? Just, I don't like any of this. I wish you'd made Star Wars Galaxies. Just make Star Wars Galaxies, please.
I think it's
Ahazi. Ahazi. Shout out to Ahazi.
I think it's pretty early to wipe your hands of it. Like we've got a long ways to go, both in crafting itself and the other features that are going to support crafting. Yeah, it's too early to tell, I would say. This is absolutely just our first step out the door. And while it's really cool to see what players can already do with it, we're far from done.
We did really.
I hear that the Star Wars Galaxy crafting was pretty good.
And
I do hear that.
The crafting guide had a wonderful section at the bottom, not just dedicated to everything that was in this one, but a look to a whole lot of things that are already in development for the future. I mean, it's not even everything. There were a couple of things. Anything that was like, well, we might, whatever. We struck them out. We stuck with a pretty short list of the things that we were pretty confident on, and it's an impressive list of stuff coming. If you haven't seen the crafting guide and checked out the section at the bottom of where crafting is going, I would suggest you check it out. There's some good stuff in there.
Good job writing that deck. At the 11th hour, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
No, we
worked that review.
So there's crafting, then there's inventory. Now, obviously we put this new inventory front end on, but one of the big issues that the crafting update made was all the material updates made and all the qualities of all the materials of different quality have basically put a whole lot of stuff in players' inventories now. How are we addressing this?
There's a couple of things in the work for the quality itself, which will help with the bloats. And then, as you mentioned, the crafting guide, there's some inventory adjustments and management tools. The first one is kind of like a folder structure. So if you have 20 variants of copper, they'll be inside a folder. You'll click the folder and then you'll see your 20. So as you're scrolling through the freight elevator, your inventory, it'll look much cleaner until you want to dive in and see all the details.
1,000 qualities for every mineral. There's not just going to be 20. It's going to be hundreds. On the low side, on the 1/10 low side, it's going to be hundreds.
The second one is merging and splitting. So merging, people have like half-empty boxes they're hauling all over the place. They would, if they're low quality or you're not too bothered to keep them separate, you could just stick them all together. The quality would average out based on the SU weights. And then splitting is kind of the obvious.
Isn't that like, can't we refine or improve our quality with extra steps? If it averages out, then you're literally improving quality.
Opposite, where you take part of a box and turn it into 2 boxes, and that's crucial for player trading, right? You don't want to put all your high quality up for sale. You want to take half of it and put it up for sale, or maybe you want to share it but sell it.
So this is more about like if you have a 60 SCU crate, you convert it into 2 8 SCU crates, or like into several 1 SCU crates. So you basically split up the volume into smaller chunks. So in comparison to the merging, this will leave the quality unaffected, right? So just create new containers holding the same material.
And I'm going to ask the question that chat is going to be asking right now, and you don't have to look at it. Why wasn't something like that in the first release then? If you know you're going to flood the inventory system with all
That's
these
actually a
new
good question.
materials, with all these varying qualities, why wasn't merge and split and stuff like that in the first release?
Well, we have to release at some point, don't we?
Yeah. How long do we want to wait on release for all the features that we have planned? If we waited on every little feature that we
That's
want
a
to
good
have
answer.
have
God
out
damn
part
it.
of the system, like it would take us so much longer to get anything out.
But still, like, you couldn't have been doing this in tandem for...
Back to 6 months waiting for the next patch.
Yep. It's hard. It's hard because if we waited for everything, we'd never release anything. That's just, there's a reason why some games go, 6 months between major releases or even longer and stuff. They go completely quiet. We are putting new stuff out almost every 2 weeks at this point. Now, and it's like this, it's because we get feedback on the stuff we have. It's like we need that feedback on the stuff we have. We need that testing on the stuff that we have, because we might learn something about the stuff we have that directly affects the stuff that we're waiting for. And better to know that while we're still working on this than finish this and go, oh, I wish I had known this earlier. If only I had put what we had out earlier, that information could have informed this. There's a whole lot of reasons why we operate a live environment in the middle of our game development. It's beneficial in a lot of ways, and it's annoying. and you should look at me like it is. It is annoying to have to put out a feature and it needs merging and splitting. It's just not ready.
I'll never be happy with any feature we put out. It'll never be complete. But it'll be as good as I can get in the time and resources that I have. That's me being a perfectionist. That's nothing against the game.
Yeah. Well, now it's going to be a meme on Reddit.
He hates everything.
A nice square picture of Rick Porter that says, "I'll never be happy with anything I release."
That's sure. It's truth. I'll take it. That's me being a perfectionist.
He hates
That's
this
not,
game.
An indictment of anything else.
So what's the plan? I skipped way ahead. So what's the plan for crafting large items that obviously won't fit in the current fabricator?
Bigger fabricator.
With the current fabricator, we had a specific format that we were going for. That's our first version. In the future, we're going to have the ability to craft directly into local storage with that initial fabricator, so that you'll have options to craft larger items in the near future. And then longer term, with base building, we'll have hangar crafting, and we'll have intermediate steps in ship crafting as well as locations. So there's lots.
Yeah, like, why can't we craft at a station? Why does it have to be this little tiny thing that we pull up in our hangar? Why can't we go to the crafting section of a station with our own materials?
Plan to expand your options of size in crafting.
Yeah.
All right, ad break, real quick. BRB. Yeah, if there was no reason to use 1,000 over 100, right? 10, okay, maybe 10 isn't that many. 100, that'd be fine. That's plenty. 1,000, who the fuck is in charge of these numbers? BRB.
Hello there. Hello there.
And your options. As well as locations. So there's lots planned to like expand your options of size in crafting.
Yeah. Crafting into the local inventory is one of those things that we're listed on that.
Yeah, and crafting local inventory is more of a stopgap until we can bring those other features into the game. So I don't think that'll be a permanent solution, but it'll be a way for us to start iterating on our larger crafting before we have.
There's going to be a day where I'll be waiting for other games instead of waiting for Star Citizen 1.0. And it'll just be improving on Star Citizen 1.0. You know, there's going to be a day where I'm going to be waiting for other games. Because I'm not waiting for Star Citizen. Because Star Citizen will be out in 1.0. And it'll just be updates on the 1.0 base level foundation. And that's just going to be a wild day to think about. But it's just not here yet, man.
Those other features available.
Like, can you imagine when you're not waiting for all of this crap that they just keep talking about over and over and over? And you're just like, man, when Star Citizen 1.0 is out, there's just going to be so much to do. And I won't be waiting for any of it. And I'll be instead waiting for other games. I mean, I'm waiting for other games now, but like there's this overbearing, Star Citizen waiting in the back of my mind. Kind of like Squadron 42. And that's about to, be unloaded. I just want the same for Star Citizen.
Hey, Torsten. Will mining modules and gadgets ever be craftable?
Yes, like most of or a lot of items that we will have, or we already have in our game, all of them will be craftable at some point, and we will make sure that most of the items, or actually every
I had
item that is
myself muted
craftable
earlier.
actually is affected by the quality of the materials that you use for it, so that there is a meaningful reason for you actually to craft those items. And for 4.8, we are already like expanding our catalog of craftable items. So we are expanding it to ship components, and
yeah, at least we can craft ship components now.
Be affected by the stat improvements that you get from the quality. So you will be able to craft. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dick, but power plants, coolers, life support generator?
No life support generator.
We didn't. Yeah.
No.
So what did we? Weapons.
Weapons.
Well, weapons we did agree on. Shield generators.
Shield generators are there.
Yeah. What am I missing? Am I missing something?
There's tractor beams.
The modules. The subcomponents for the salvage heads, mining heads, refueling.
The refueling one's an interesting one. We probably won't get stats for that, but we will have them because there are some refueling changes. There will be some craftable refueling elements.
Yeah. So we are actively working on expanding our catalog.
You know what those refueling changes are. The Starlight.
All of the items will be craftable. I want to say most of the items.
Yeah, most of the. Did I say all?
You said all. You said all. But I know it's somewhere there's going to be some limited edition Vandal Cupid doll or something that we give out as a Alien Week thing or whatever, and somebody's like, no, that was the only time you get that or whatever. You know.
No, so it'll be very, very clear. So it's most of the items, not all of the items. That was
the things that affect gameplay. I think we can. I think we can probably commit to the things that affect.
No,
gameplay.
my limited edition Heartseeker bed.
Anything that affects gameplay that you would want to
Corner
progress through the
of
game.
the furniture market.
Yeah, we want that to be craftable.
If you let me convert a Pico doll into a melee weapon, I can bludgeon people with, and now you got to make.
I'm sure you could convince somebody.
Is there going to be a way to track what blueprints we have other than looking at the fabricator screen?
Yes. We're going to be adding an app to the MobiGlass so that you'll be able to see and manage all of your blueprints that you've collected, not only ones you've collected, but the ones that you could collect and the ones you could upgrade. And like, it'll be a full-featured app that'll probably come out after we get the upgrading in place. So it's more of a future effort, but it's definitely something we have planned.
Yeah, like a Pokédex, just for blueprints.
Yes.
Yeah, it's again one of those things called out in the crafting guide that went live with a whole host of things that we're working towards. So I want to point that out because there are a number of the questions that we received in the thread were all questions. A number of the questions that we had were questions that had answers already published on the day that the crafting went live. So I want to encourage people to check out that crafting guide available on robertspaceindustries.com. You click a thing at the top, and then you click another thing, and then it's in there somewhere.
Good. There you go.
So we got crafting weapons. A lot of the stuff that we're crafting this first thing is FPS related. Will we be able to craft weapon attachments that have different stats from their lootable counterparts?
Yes. So exactly like like picking up on the answer from the mining gadgets, it's like most of the items or a lot of the items that we have will be craftable. That includes also the attachments for weapons. So that means though that the attachments that we find right now in the dungeons, they were already a good test bed for us because we used them back in the day to test. Actually, that was the first predecessor of our crafting efforts there, where we could try out, okay, what happens when we improve the stats on certain components and how does that affect the gameplay. And now that we have proven that, we can actually dial back a bit there. So it's still debatable of how much we want to dial back, if we even want to dial back, but crafting will definitely then also be a meaningful way of having components for your weapons that then affect the functionality of those.
All of crafting starts with a blueprint. You know, these are the things that determine what you can craft and whatnot. How many blueprints? Not exact number. How many blueprints would you say that we added in 4.7?
There's probably websites that have data mined it, so I'm going to get this wrong. But I think there was...
Promised me at least 300, but I know you exceeded that by a lot.
There was about 300 and something in missions, and then there was roughly about 1,000 that didn't manage to make it into missions, which were like tint variants.
Yeah. And I know there are some still coming online. Next week we release 4.7.2 with a bunch of new missions for Nyx, and some of those missions reward new unique blueprints that aren't in the system right now. So you know, some of those blueprints that are in the 4.7 batch don't even come online until next week when 4.7.2 comes online.
Yeah, we'll be adding blueprints pretty much constantly.
Well, it's a neat reward because now you can conceivably add. Let's talk about how people get blueprints. How do you get blueprints right now?
At the moment, it's just missions. The plan is reputation. So when you reach a reputation milestone, you can get a blueprint.
That's much better. I mean, I like the randomness, but also, yes, reputation should give that.
And that's a one-time download. Or you could
sell it
to someone else, gift it if you want to.
So just to add on that, it's a physical data bank that you can find. Yeah. So it's something that we can place in inventories, that we can place in in armor pieces from NPCs. So something that you can physically pick up.
Treasure hunters, a whole new treasure hunter profession of people who go out there and do contested zones and everything and collect blueprints to sell to other people.
Yeah, but as Dick already stated, important note there is they are one-time use. So once they are consumed, the blueprint is then imprinted to whoever used the data pad. So it's, if you already if you already got the blueprint on the data pad, make sure that you make some money on.
That makes... Okay, I shouldn't complain. I really should not complain about this, but that makes sense from a gameplay point of view, but, like, that doesn't make sense from, like, a lore, like, you know, point of view. Like, so what? People have a single-use blueprint that they haven't already committed to their own mobiGlas in their pocket? Like, how does that, like... like, how do I... So I would, if I'm a bad guy and I have this ultra rare blueprint, that's a single-use, one-time only blueprint, and unless I copy it to my mobiGlas, why haven't I copied it to my mobiGlas? Like I get it, it's a game, but it's just...
There's also NPC shops, so more common stuff that we're not too bothered about there being an adventure to go and find, like a decoration. You could buy that blueprint in an NPC shop.
Would you ever consider a method of learning how to reverse engineer a blueprint from dismantling? I mean, if you dismantled 500 of the exact same gun, you probably figured out how to make it at this point?
There's no plan for that, but part of the upgrading, like learning the next tier of a blueprint, could include missions where you needed to do something like that. We definitely have been talking about that kind of process. It's one of the 2 or 3 main ways of like learning how to upgrade your blueprints that we've talked about.
Yeah, we called it research in the Citizencon presentation, where we also have like other steps that you need to take to be able to figure out how to reach the next tier of the item that you own.
Let's talk about research a little bit, because that we touched on it during the crafting guide. I've mentioned now more times than I intended, but give me a little primer. Give me a short, nickel version of what research is.
So items have different tiers. Default blueprint you get is tier 1, and then you could research it to tier 2. And tier 2 will require different materials. It'll have access to a different banding of stats, which are higher than tier 1. And in order to get to that tier 2, you have to complete the research task, which we kind of just alluded to would be do X, Y, Z, initiate your research. Once it's done, you've got access to tier 2. And
interesting.
Then you can go to tier 3.
And then that's going to be science?
And then ships go up to tier 5.
Science gameplay, or is this different? Is research different than science?
Probably depending on the item. I'm trying to remember what the virtue... We had a long conversation about the virtue of the tiers. Yeah. What's the virtue of having a tier 3 version of a rifle versus a tier 1?
Well, the main benefit...
There's another question on the list that alludes to this, but...
Let's do it now.
Yeah, well one of the things is that not only can you get more stats, but you can get more options. So there'll be a material that you can have either different types of or different qualities of that will provide a trade-off between a buff and a debuff. So you can really lean into one stat that you really like if you want to. That's
So not only the stats will get generally better if you increase the tiers, but in the highest tier and in the highest tiers, you will even be able to affect or focus on a certain stat with the downside of affecting another stat in a negative way.
Okay. But more like, you know.
Now we're getting to some Path of Exile shit.
And now you're focusing on a specific area, and you focus on your English degree, and you forget how to do long form.
The plus physical damage mod.
Well, Chris is really interested in that kind of trade-off between a buff and a plus and a minus when you're crafting, having that choice. So even though we're planning to do that definitely for the higher tiers, since we want to start iterating on that earlier, we're going to try and come up with some examples of that before we get to the actual upgrading.
I'm volunteering you for work.
I've already been told.
Why are armor and weapon skins separate blueprints? Wouldn't it be better to have them work like ship paints?
It would.
Next question.
No, so it's a tech limitation at the moment where if we want a red version of a blue helmet, we've got to make a new entity, and the red is like bound to that entity, and so in order to craft that red helmet, you need a blueprint for that red one specifically.
Well, I hope that they do fix that.
Long-term goal. The long-term goal is a paint-like system, but just the paints aren't physical. So it's like in a very British way, it's a digital license to apply the paint.
It's a nice way to work into that. They tax you if you want to watch TV here.
They do.
You don't just get to watch TV. Just buying a TV doesn't mean you get to watch TV here. You own a TV, but you don't get to watch it unless you pay the government a tax.
And they send you nasty letters if you don't pay.
They do.
Yeah, but they don't even chase you up. They don't even know your name. They're like, resident, we will come for you. I'm like, you don't even know my name.
I've got a stack of those letters.
But yeah,
I don't even
a proper tint system for characters and armors has been on the wish list for so long. It's one of those things where you can't work on everything all at once. And every time you do the priority call, there's something that just affects a few more people, or affects an actual gameplay element.
You can't make everything all at once, but you sure as hell can promise everything.
Better. It's just a little more important every time. But hopefully, its time on the wheel will come someday, because I'm a big fan of Barbie dress up. There might be a more appropriate term for it, but I've always called it, like, I spend so much time in every MMO I ever play just focused on, far more than I do in real life. Making sure that my character looks exactly how I want them to look, and stuff like that. So that has to extend from the armor to the weapons to the items, because it drives me crazy when I got a cool black and red thing. I got a gun that's black and red. I got the helmet black and red, and then I pull out a bright yellow tool. I'm like, no. Let me color my tool. So, you tell me, chat. Am I in the minority, or am I the only one?
Some people can't have everything.
Drip or drown. There you go.
Drip or drown.
Drip or drown.
Okay, that's good.
Are you planning to let players implement custom tags on cargo boxes for the inventory and tractor beam AR?
Yes.
Yes.
You'll be able to rename boxes, inventory boxes, cargo boxes, and so when you zap them with your tractor beam, it'll say the name of the box.
When's that coming, tomorrow?
I don't think it does, No, I don't think tomorrow's the release date for that one.
Could it be, though?
The crafting guide. This is a question. I didn't bring it up. The crafting guide has a short blurb on salvage updates for crafting. Can you give us more details?
So, salvage consists of two different methods of how you get or you convert the ship debris that you found into material. So one side is RMC, and right now I don't think we have any recipes making use of RMC, but
we don't yet, no.
In the future patches, we will have blueprints that actually will make use of RMC. So RMC will be already used as a craftable material there. On the other side, with the disintegration of all the construction material, I forgot the name because this name is killing me every time I am sitting.
They're your
in this
names,
chair.
right?
Huh?
They're your names.
Yeah, they are my
Rubble.
names. No. It's so the construction materials that you get from the disintegration process. Right now, you get the construction material. That was never the intent. We always wanted to make the materials that you get from disintegrating the ship being based off what the ship is actually made of. So an example is if you find a Vendel ship, you get a Vendel material out of it. If you find the Gladios, you will get some GT alumnite, which is like the Aegis material from it. So you get like these processed materials in a certain quality, which the ships were made of, and then you can process them and reutilize them for the crafting process. So like everything that we dismantle, the goal is that this also applies in the larger scale, which is the disintegration of ships. So that means that the material that you basically recycle from them have the quality that they were made with. You lose the amount or some amount of the material, but at least the materials that it was made of, you can repurpose them with the quality that you found them in.
Yeah, and just a note on those, the Vandal materials, those will be exclusive to this collection method, so to speak. So there'll be like a high value in
the other way you can get them.
Yep.
Yeah, cannot invade Vandal space just out of them. Yeah.
Well, not yet.
Spoilers.
Nice Millway shirt. Thank you. Old heads might recognize this design. This design might look real familiar if you were in the project for years since 2014 and the very first work I did for the company.
No clue what that is.
And if you don't know what Milliways is, read a book. It's rude, but read a book. It's a really good book. Will blueprints drop at boss fights? Will blueprints drop from boss fights at some point?
We touched on that briefly.
The pads would be great.
Pads, yeah. I think for 4.7 we did introduce, I might be throwing Elliot under the bus here. I think we introduced a couple missions for the Ormondi and the Apex Valakar. So there's boss fight-ish associated blueprints at the moment.
Yeah, the P8AR, and it's not killing the boss. It's getting the eyes and turning that in a fucking elevator.
Missions that you can complete for boss fights, as well as the loot that you can collect around a boss fight. Yeah, we definitely plan on that.
Hello there.
The Apex Valakar is not in the game yet.
What's it called then? The Stormworm. I forget its like official lore.
Stormworm.
That's the. What is the
irradiated?
The irradiated Valakar, yeah. The Apex irradiated is in there. But the Apex Sand Valakar, still waiting.
That is a very good thing.
I was just talking to Brian Canary about it. Yesterday though. He's still so excited about it. It's coming along.
It is really cool. Like we've changed up the fight a little bit.
I know we did this whole Citizencon thing about it, and it's evolved so much since then. It's like,
we got something together that was playable. We tested it, and it wasn't good enough, so we made some changes. So that's how you make a better game.
Heaven forbid.
Do try.
Will we be able to dismantle high-quality NPC gear for the high-quality materials?
That assumes NPCs drop high quality, which so far they have not. Same with having zero quality at like the stations.
I briefly touched on it with the dismantling of ships. It also applies to armor pieces that you find on NPCs. So the goal is that if you find, like the average NPC will just run around with standard gear, right? But you will find like our so-called boss enemies or elites or however you want to call them, and they might be carrying like better armor or better weapons. And if you then change ownership of them towards you and you decide to dismantle them, we have them crafted in the background. So what you get from dismantling them is actually the higher quality material that they were supposed
So
to
that
be
actually might
crafted
be a
with.
way to get high quality stuff outside of mining reliably.
Yes, of course the radio show is better than the book. I mean, obviously. Except the book does get to fix a lot of things that were kind of problematic about the radio show. Like Trillian disappears for the entire second fit of the radio show. It's like this. But I've actually been, it's apropos of nothing, I've been secretly recording my own version of the radio show for like the last 3 months where I play all the characters for my daughter.
Hitchhikers?
Yeah. So basically, when it comes time to introduce your hitchhikers, it's actually me doing every voice.
Nice.
And whatnot. So she doesn't watch the show, so nobody tell her. Are blueprints for non-combat stuff planned?
Yes.
Yep. We've got
When
the
are
ship
you
components.
When are you going to be done, Deck?
To be fair, most of them are done. We've got a few-
Every time we speak to Deck,
I get crafting a tractor beam, but what would a quality tractor beam do? They already juiced up all the length and movement and, strength to like 11, so it can't be that.
it is like, most of them are done.
Hey, most of them are done, and then we go into review, and then
Yes.
they're not done.
And
so
then they are
it's-
not done anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's to be fair to you, there's also there's also quite a few non-combat ones that we don't have planned yet because like it's a different process, especially when it comes to food and drink.
Correct. Yeah. There's some non-combat stuff coming in, like the quantum drives, but like Rick says, there's a bunch more that we'll still add in.
I've been doing this show for the better part of a decade, a little more than a decade. And there has never been a piece of truth uttered more succinctly than, well, all of it's done, and then it goes to review, and then it's not done. Like, that's game development. That's game development. I thought it was done. Well, nobody else in that room did. Or those two people didn't, and you have to, you synthesize the opinions, and you go back and you try. It's just this constant iteration.
Up to 32 SE with a handle, I mean.
Release. You keep going with a live service game, but it's just, no.
At some point,
Also
there
things are
needs
done.
to be a
It's when they get to
reason
review.
for these tractor beams that are built onto ships.
It's definitely worth it. So.
With the plan of gear degrading over time and only having a limited amount of repairs until it is no longer usable, how do you ensure this game does not become a maintenance simulator? And I'm gonna go get a drink.
Yeah.
Take your time.
So it's something that I think we brought up in different conversations several times at this point. So we talked about that when we talked about engineering. I think we talked about that even last time when I think Elliot and I were sitting here.
Mm-hmm.
So degradation is, or every system that we do is never meant to annoy people. We want players to enjoy playing our game, and that also means that we have to be very conscious about some decisions that we take. Degradation is one of those decisions where we are very conscious about that. If we do it wrong, we can be very impactful in your everyday gaming life. So what we do here is that we still want degradation to play a big part in our game because it's a way of us having you exchange components, taking care of components, taking care of your equipment so that they degrade slower and the functionality is reduced in a slower rate than normally they would be. But we also want to make sure that there is a floating economy. And like in real life, at some point, the laptop that you own will not be as performant anymore as it is right now. So
Too late.
It's thanks to capitalism, you want to buy a new one because you need a faster piece.
But the laptop is inherently faster because it's a new one, because it has better equipment. My laser just didn't get any better. You just made it shittier. It's the same laser.
And we need a similar system in our game because we need a thriving economy, and a thriving economy you get by people buying things. And in our case, one of the levers that we have there is actually the degradation, because it is like the degradation impacts the functionality. So the older your item gets, the the less functionality it will have. We will give you opportunity to, as stated, to, like if you treat it well, the functionality ratio will, or the degradation process is slower, so the functionality will remain longer. We will also give you ways to sometimes, in rare occasions, be able to restore some of the functionality of the item. We will make use, for example, of the crafters that you have, where you basically can repair that, which might be more sustainable for the component than putting your multi-tool onto it and repairing it. So it might be a good choice to use the crafting repair functionality over the hand tool repair functionality. But overall, at some point, everything has to go. And you have to replace. So because that then introduces you crafting new components, maybe even better components. So there's some interesting mechanics behind that. But there's also like the things, we are very, very aware that sometimes you have this one item that you don't want to lose. So we also want to make sure that we tailor towards those things that you will not lose it.
Right. You know, you do all that work to earn Ashbringer.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want it to break.
Yes. And just to give a very, very concrete example, because we have been working on that actually for quite some time now.
Ashbringer?
Yes.
I was about to say, really?
Finally. No, it's the
Void of Souls
cycle, because we have been like very vague with all the numbers, but it's more like we are talking about game sessions. And a concrete example, it's not signed off, it's just me giving you a sneak peek of what we have been discussing is, so we are talking for a power plant about a week, maybe 1 week and a half of usage, full usage. That means you have the time using it until it reaches zero functionality. So you basically have to replace it.
You say things like, I have to interject. Are you saying a week of game time or a week of real life time with you not logged in?
No, it's play time. So you playing actively, using the component gradually, so it is not even, so the component is not resting, the component is not turned off, the component is on an average use case throughout a week and a half.
So more than 150 hours before you have to.
Yes.
Well, so let's not give exact numbers.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point.
But like the high level intent is that it's not something that you're going to have to deal with every play session. It's a long-term mechanic.
Yeah, Ebon Crux, first-time chatter, hey, welcome to the chat, said, just don't do it like this other game that I'm not going to slag off. I can't do more than 2 hours of gaming without repairing all my gear 20 times. I don't know how prone to hyperbole they are, but that's what you're talking about.
Exactly.
I remember.
And like I said, the number that I gave is just a very, very rough number. Example. It doesn't go through any iterations yet. Yeah. But also, like, this is like the extreme, right? We are talking about 100% functionality versus 0% functionality. There are degradation bits in between that we hope actually increase like interesting games.
Remember, he said this design isn't signed off. It's just what he's currently working on. And again, it's one of the things. It's done, and then it goes to review, and then a bunch of people have voices, and you make changes. Then it goes to PTU. Then a bunch of people, give feedback, and then it's changed, and it goes to live, and then even more people give feedback, and then it's a process. It continues to go. But I think we're keenly aware of it. I remember when we were about to introduce thirst and hunger and player, I can't think of the word right now, but everything, player injuries and stuff. And everybody was like, oh my God, I'm going to spend all my time drinking pips and dealing with hydration and stuff like this. And even if it is a bit overwhelming when it goes out, whatever that is, that's what continual balance is for. That's what this process of running an open, a live environment in the middle of our development.
I still don't like having to drink and eat
data in real time.
I'd much rather just suicide.
Then we can test them, and then we can have better ideas.
Spawn with full.
That's, it's been proven out in the process. So I understand the knee-jerk reaction to degradation being this terrible, terrible thing. But I've known the people here for a long time now. I know what your intents are. I know what drives you guys. I'm not worried. Even if it's too severe, like that damn boom tube thing. That boom tube is ridiculous, Zach.
He will be watching.
You need to tune that thing. You need to bring it down.
I had a chat with him.
It's a little.
There he is.
There he is. He's in chat. That boom tube is. But that's the process. You know, you gotta see. You gotta see. Is this overpowered? I don't know. Let's put it in. Let's see. Oh.
You're throwing Chris under the bus. I like it.
You can see Chris in the chat.
So it's like say we continue to tweak and twerk and well, I don't twerk. Torsten twerks though.
No.
What? We got time for a couple more. Is there a plan to provide high-level design briefs for major feature releases to help bridge the gap between initial implementation? As mentioned several times in the show, we did. Now, not as detailed as we used to. This person might be referring to the yay old days where we would write up this entire thing about what we did. We did a design brief on Mixmaster.
Hello there.
We did a design brief on an entire game loop about how to make drinks for NPC passengers and keep them happy, whatever. And the reality of development is that so many things have changed since then. Systems have changed, people have changed, we've all grown, and it's just the likelihood that that document is anything remotely accurate is, you don't need me to make a comment on it. You should be able to tell. So we moved away from full-on design briefs like that because all too often it just led to disappointment. Because again, we ended up changing it because we had to, because of some technical limitation, or changing it because somebody new joined the team and came up with a better idea. And it's like, well, no, we're not going to stick with the old idea if it's not as good. We want to do the new idea. But now we've changed. You didn't do what you said you were going to do and stuff, even though it's something we believe is better. So we did move away from those old, super detailed design briefs of yore, and that maybe that's what they're referring to. But we have made an effort for this last year to update things like the mining guide and the salvage guide and the crafting guide and the medical guide and the cargo guide and stuff like this, and make a lot of our intentions known, make a lot of our philosophies known, and give a glimpse at the future of where this feature is going, as like we did with medical and like we did with crafting lately. So engineering. Thank you.
Yeah.
So there is that effort. It won't be as detailed as it was back in old days.
We have those big new features that we want to explain to people as best we can, especially since we're going to be iterating on them, and we don't want to do in-game versions of those tutorials yet. We want to have those available for people.
Yeah. And then of course we do shows like this, where we talk to the designers and we explore their intentions and what their struggles are and stuff like that. I asked you how you were feeling about crafting. How are you feeling about inventory right now?
It's
be real. Sorry, you can be real.
Yeah, it has improved features. So proximity loot is very nice. You can take the 1SCU store all with you, and you can just hoover up the loot.
Proximity loot is nice. I'll give them that.
It needs to be snappy though. It needs to interact like quickly. It needs to be instant. So we're aware of that, and we are proud of the features that it's gone out with, and we are continuing to work on the interactivity and the responsiveness.
Yeah, it's nice to see an improvement to the inventory system. It's frustrating to see some of the things that we wanted to get fixed that didn't make it into the build. It's frustrating to see some of the performance limitations that we haven't been able to solve yet, but we're actively working on it. It'll continue to get better.
Anything in 4.8 you can point to? Might help.
That's a when question.
4 wide?
No, dude.
Yeah, true actually.
I'll tell you when 4.8 comes out. It comes out in the middle of May.
It sounded like will this feature be?
No. Is there something? Is there work in 4.8?
There is. So it can be quite hard to see the icons. So we are going from 5 across the top on a row to 4 across the top on the row, and
so did you make the icons bigger? Or?
Yes, just the whole thing scaled up as far as the inventory icon. And then,
Good. That's nice.
Not in 4.8, but related to that is we will have the support for widescreen, for dynamically sizing the inventory panels, and you'll have the option to scale up and down the icons yourself.
Oh.
And if you scale them all the way down, they just turn into a text list instead of a series of icons. It's
Hey,
just a
text list.
Is the scaling in 4.8?
No.
Okay, that's why I had to ask.
Well, yeah, I said not for 4.8.
Okay,
Widescreen.
I missed that part. I heard being able to scale your icons, and I was like,
Most of them probably heard that as well.
okay, but in development.
Yeah. For 4.8, we went with the larger
4.8 we get the
icons.
larger.
Yeah, just to make it more visible, and then the scaling is coming, and also like the improvements to like the actual rendering of those icons.
Right, you mentioned improving the lighting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like that. What about the rotation? So some of them, I feel, go a little too fast to tell what they are.
Too fast?
I don't know.
So we have the rotation of the icon within the inventory box.
Yeah.
And if they're broken, that's my fault because I set those up.
Okay.
So
Maybe I'm just.
maybe they will be fixed. And there's a couple of changes.
Send
going on.
Declan an email.
Maybe
Yeah.
I'm just slow.
I did. Don't tell Ian this, but I put the undersuits. I put the undersuits the wrong way around, so they're facing arse front.
Two more questions. We're done. Why aren't there any backpack blueprints?
Just didn't have time in 4.7. They'll be there in 4.8.
Oh, so those will be in 4.8.
Yes.
So some more non-combat.
Yeah, that's true. Backpack doesn't shoot.
And so what are the stats of backpacks?
Well, no, to be fair, they won't have stats.
Okay.
Eventually,
Yeah, more space.
they would. Stuff like weight. But yeah, it's just nice to craft your own backpack, so we're adding that blueprint in.
Okay. And last question, because I don't know the next time we're going to get to talk about this topic. What do you want to say to people? It's now been out there for a couple weeks now, about a month. I'm not. Nobody's ever looked at Jared and said he knows what day it is. What do you want to say to people about crafting and inventory today?
I think we're very proud of it, and we love the feedback we receive. It's great seeing like people interact with it, and we'll continue to iterate, continue to build upon it. It's nice to see. It's a big feature. It's going to be a long-running feature, so we're excited to have it out.
Okay.
Get out there and try it if you haven't. Start playing with it. Give it your feedback, because we're going to be working on it actively for quite a while, and there's a lot more features to come and a lot more iteration to come, and I'm really excited about where it's going.
It made friends of mine play mining, even though they don't like mining. So it definitely had some attractiveness to people.
And see, you touched on something, but it brought people who weren't going to try one game loop to try a game loop. And that is how you make a successful MMO personally. Not just that alone, of course, but inviting people and making it encouraging to them to step outside their comfort zones and explore all the different aspects of a game, or how games thrive and live. Like the ability, I was thinking about this earlier, like all the ways blueprints. There are going to be people who just chase blueprints. The Pokemon players who are just like, oh no, you showed me a list of 350 things. I have to collect all 350 and whatever. And you can set these blueprints across missions for all manner of gameplay. And people can try medical for the first time if they've never done that. People can try salvage for the first time if they've never done that. I mean, it's systems like this are ones that truly touch every single aspect of the game. And if we do it right and we make it fun and it works, then it always has to work. The opportunity there to bring players to more aspects of the game are just fantastic. Blueprints and crafting have been the most exciting feature aspect for me in a long time. This is a big year for me. The biggest feature for me is crafting, and the biggest content for me is tactical strike groups. Waiting for this thing. So the fact that we've started this journey with crafting now,
have you played it?
And the fact that I sit on the playthroughs. I sit on the playthroughs. To say that I am a bad pilot is an understatement. I have peripheral neuropathy, and it twitches every once in a while and stuff like that. You know how people like blame their controllers? No, I blame my own hands and whatever. So I'm not good with anything that requires a lot of fine control, unfortunately. And flying through the trench run and racing the distortion and whatnot is, I'm like, nope, not. I'm happy just watching. I'm happy just watching, and relishing in the enjoyment of other people. So having that crafting journey start, in 4.7, having tactical strike groups start in 4.8.
Can't wait to get my hands on
a really exciting
strike groups. We got the rep farm for it, so Monday I think we'll start to get some fleets going.
Have we told them the tactical strike groups?
So. Oh, dude. Dr. Red 97, thank you so much for the voodoo that you do and rating. We are just finishing Star Citizen Live.
It's super cool. Get into PTU when that goes live.
It's been cool seeing people become better pilots just doing that.
But yeah, how are you guys doing, man? Welcome.
Jared, why did you stop? You wanted to say a third thing about the battlecruiser? Did I want to say something about the battlecruiser? What more would I say that a portfolio update and a Galactopedia update haven't already done? All right, so that's it for Star Citizen Live. Torsten's looking at me, he has no idea. It's like, that's it for Star Citizen Live. Thanks for watching. There will be no show next week. No show next week? No. Yeah, no show next week. We're actually doing a pre-tape for some other stuff that we got to do, but we'll be back the week after that.
Welcome.
As we head into the most exciting time of the year, May, and our big ship showcase and
big ship showcase.
Big ship showcase. And that's my ironclad guarantee. All right, take it easy, everybody. I'm Jared. That's
Hello there.
That's Rick, Declan, Torsten. See you later, everybody. Take care. Bye.
Bye. All right, cool. There we go. Welcome, everybody. How are y'all doing? We were just catching up on all these Star Citizen lives that I missed over the past week or so. So, yeah, glad you guys can drop by here and hang out. How was your stream, Red? What did you guys get into? All right, wonderful.
Hello there.
Just BP grinding and trying to find the attritions? Ooh, that's right, they added weapons. Oh man, so many things to do. How's the servers performing? It's okay, but has somewhat low pop. Yeah, I usually try to find the lowest pop possible. So I'm supposed to go and check out the Pitbull and the M80 now, but I'm tired. Not gonna lie, it hurts when I talk because I cut the inside of my lip. Trying to have that heal, so I think we're just gonna chill at the desktop for the rest of the stream, which is probably, yeah, I'm gonna probably head out soon. I was watching the 24-hour Nordschleife bits of it on and off all day before we started the stream, so. Had your mission track? Yeah, I hear it's been pretty bad. I kind of want to wait till Tuesday before I check things out again, but I at least need to check out the M80 tomorrow before it goes off the catalog at the expo. But yeah, glad you could bring everybody by, man. Kind of a slow night for me, unfortunately. But we are preparing for some big things soon. For those that aren't aware, I'm going to be having a local VR bar citizen where I take my mobile cockpit to an arcade/bar, and we show off Star Citizen in VR. So there'll be this one on May 30th in Abilene, Texas, and there'll be a bigger one hosted by CIG in Austin, Texas on June 13th. So see you there if that interests you. It should, like, so from what I heard on Reddit, it has really bad yaw. So it likes to roll and pitch for turn fighting. So if you can get its guns aimed on, it should do pretty good damage. I would imagine it's good at, like, you know, medium tier to heavy bounty hunting instead of versus straight up fighters, obviously. But it looks cool from above. It looks way better with its landing gear up, that's for sure. Anyways, alright, I think... Alright, I think what we're going to play for like an hour or so before I head to bed, I think we're just going to mess with a little bit of Beyond All Reason. Been messing with some air battle stuff, so let's get some RTS on. But yeah, sorry for those that were, you know, sorry Dr. Red. If you were raiding someone who was playing Star Citizen, just having kind of an off night tonight.
Hello there.
Just chilling and trying to do missions. Yeah. Lucky if you could even get that far. I was lucky that I didn't have the mission bug where it just disappears from your mobi-glass, but I hear that that's been creeping into more and more servers. So luckily I was able to farm out my what do you call it? Reputation for Intersect when we played on Thursday. Oh, okay, so what are we doing? Noob Glitters. 22 rating. This might be us here. And we've dropped down to a 6 rating. We were up to 8 at one point. Alright, 8v8 RTS game. Good if it's doing Holland and Foxwell stuff. Nice. H8, speaking of Hammerhead, what do you think of the Tiburon?
Hello there.
Look forward to seeing how that goes. Yeah, it looks real cool. But yeah, Headhunters, yeah. No, I don't really do much of that. What I was thinking of, though, is checking out Tech Hunters mission, but apparently people are saying that that's still busted as well. Like, elevators are working, but now the loot isn't spawning, so... Alright, we're about to fight, you guys. This is the thing about this game, is that it's a lot of lobby simulator. Of one guy AFK. Alright, there we go. Balance. Everybody's here. Start. Let's go.
Welcome, Commander.
All right. You guys ready? See this disaster? Somebody's already eyeing air. And it's our #1 player. Looks like he's gonna get it. All right, that was what I wanted to do, was try my new air build. So there goes that. Maybe I could get the corner? Nope.
Please choose your starting location.
Okay, thank God. He wants to take that side. I'll take this side. Much rather assault the canyon than have to defend it. All right. No, no, you don't air and tech. You go front. You defend canyon. This is the great thing about there's 8 teammates. Y'all fail together.
Hello there.
Alright, what's going on? Oh God.
Battle started.
Oh, here we go. Alright, metal extractors, down. Okay. 4 solar converters. Bot lab. We really should pump the first 2 workers out.
Hello there.
Enemy units detected. Aircraft detected. Low power.
Alright, I want an eye on the cliff.
Units under attack.
Alright, that'll distract him.
Hello there.
Unit lost.
Nice, I can outrange those, that's good.
Commander under attack.
Fine, you want to trade?
Commander taking heavy damage. Commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. You are overflowing metal.
Hello there.
Friendly commander self-destructed. Your team reached Tech 2. Low power.
Come on, help build it, you fuck!
Hello there.
The whole team is wasting energy.
Go, 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 go.
Low power. Low power.
Bro,
Friendly
really?
commander destroyed.
Oh my. Oh my gosh.
Hello there.
Come on, buddy. Fight. Bro, can my teammate fucking move? Fuck it. I don't care anymore.
You are overflowing metal.
Oh my gosh.
Low power.
Oh my fucking god.
Metal extractor lost.
Fucking hell. I hate it when I am outranged.
Low power.
Need some help.
Aircraft detected. Air transport detected.
The fuck is behind me? Cryptid. Crip, for fuck's sake! Help up at the front!
Metal extractor lost.
We've lost the canyon.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Low power. Tech 2 unit detected. Metal extractor lost. The whole team is wasting energy.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't fucking make my teammates play any better.
Unit received.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Unit received.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Low power.
Like the guy fucking behind me just builds 1,000 fucking units and then lets me die. And now I got fucking tick spam. I'm just gonna suck up his metal. He's not even paying attention, man. I'm taking his troops. I need this metal more than he does.
Low power. Friendly commander destroyed.
Of course, all of my builder units are dead.
Unit received. Units under attack.
I don't want your fucking units. I want you to fucking fight. Oh my god, you piece of shit.
Unit lost.
Bro.
Aircraft
Stop.
detected.
Just fucking stop.
Low power. Friendly commander destroyed.
What a fucking shit show. These two fat boys have saved my life. Can we? Honestly, I say yes. This sucks.
Friendly player resigned. Low power. Enemy commander
God
destroyed.
fucking damn it. I blew up my own fucking...
Unit received.
Thank you, Space Asteroid. Fucking Christ. I don't even know what to do, man. I have my shit kicked in. I don't even have tier 2. I don't have energy. I just have to keep creating spam. Yes, come on, like, are we fucking seriously think we're gonna win this? Not firing.
Hello there.
You are overflowing metal.
All right, cool. We got him. You know what I also want? An army. Gonna keep the spam up here. All right, repeat. No, just fucking give me, yeah, just give me those.
The whole team is wasting energy.
Hello there.
Aircraft spotted. Air transport detected. Nuclear bomber spotted. Friendly commander destroyed. Metal extractor lost.
Ugh. What can I even do, man?
Metal extractor lost.
Resign, come on.
Hello there.
Guys in back, any actual plans to win?
The whole team is wasting energy. Base under attack. Tech 3 unit spotted.
Zoom out,
Base
come
under
on.
attack. Friendly player resigned.
Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking God. This fucking game. What's up, Space Asteroid? How you doing? Oh my gosh. All right. Probably got like one more game in me before I'm gonna head out of here. And I don't think it's gonna be in this lobby. Oh, randomizer. This might be fun. I could do this.
Hello there.
Damn it.
Welcome, Commander.
Hello there.
Alright, let's see what happens here.
Hello there.
Battle started.
Alright. We'll do a randomizer after this lobby is done, when we get in. I'll be right back. Watch these guys play out for a little bit. What the fuck is Papa doing?
Commander destroyed. Commander destroyed. Commander destroyed.
Okay, so. It's a randomizer. So what do we go? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, now that is an interesting spot. Wow. Pincers have 1600 DPS, 300 range. Well, and 900 line of sight. Well, that wins. And 204 speed. Insane. Yeah, like, why would you build anything else? Yeah, speed. Like, yeah, that's insane. Grunts have.
Hello there.
Plasma bots have 400 DPS. Damn. 1400 range on a beamer? That's insane. Whoa, what is that? These ticks. Speed 1500. What even are these numbers? No. Can't build them fast enough. Six, 3,000 to 6,000 DPS, line of sight 2,000 speed. What is going on with these ticks? That's insane. Look at this.
Commander destroyed.
Hello there.
Jesus. These ticks are just insane.
Hello there.
This AI doesn't seem to be doing anything here. Like, at all. Alright, here's trouble. 1200 range. Time to make your move. Oh shit, yeah. Those founders, Mausers.
Commander self-destructed.
Hello there.
Why does nobody just put their fucking factories on repeat, man? You should be getting thousands of units. Hundreds. Wow, Fat Boy has like 150 DPS. This is gonna be funny. But oh my god. Speed 126. One tremor is gonna hold the line here. Bro, it's not happening. It's just gonna explode. Oh, he's dead.
Hello there.
Alright, here comes another one. That is just insane. However, he is starting to get hammered pretty hard over here. What the hell are those? Island. Salt mechs. Is that Legion? This fucking ticks. Roots looks like they're doing pretty good with the long range, so that's nice. They have really long range. 2K range. This is a crazy match. Wow, I love how that did absolutely nothing. Yeah, Titans are pushing on the right side. All the momentum we had on the left has died down. And the middle grows ever stronger. Alright, look, man. I know you love wind, but, like, all of the... Like, okay, so this many...
Commander, destroyed.
40 times 22. Here's what we're gonna do. $40 times 22. 880. It's 1/3 of the fusion right there, basically. Like, this could pay for a fusion. At some point, you gotta stop putting metal into tier 1 energy so you could save up and buy tier 2, because otherwise you're just never gonna have any metal. Those fucking ticks, man.
Hello there.
I'm not sure these guys are going to be able to push. What is this? As far as that? 4,000 range? Yeah, that's pretty good range. Needs to build a forward battery right there. Oh, he has. Alrighty then. Range 3,000 on the Epic Karganath. What the? Those are the Karganath seeking missiles? Yeah. Fuck whatever that was in particular. Range.
Destroyed.
What in the actual fuck is this? Zero range, but speed. Okay, yeah, mash those up. Alright, well, actually, they've turned the tide with long range. He's like, I will build this fucking... Man. Bro, it's just not gonna happen, man.
Commander
Give that shit up.
destroyed.
Alright, he is massing. He is massing. Here we go. Nice.
Destroyed.
Alright, looks like they've gotten the bite taken out of them.
Commander destroyed.
Hello there.
Commander destroyed.
Tired. Okay, I kind of can't wait to see what he does with all these ticks. Oh, there they go. I blinked.
Commander destroyed.
There you go. The ticks won right as the tier 3
Battle
sweep
ended.
through. Alright, I'm gonna play one game and I think I'm out of here. Unless none of them leave, in which case I'm gonna go to bed. Alright, here we go.
Welcome, Commander.
Oh, what in the fuck?
Please choose your starting location.
Hello there.
Yes, for fuck's sake. Come on.
Hello there.
Battle started.
Old man. A few moments later.
Friendly player lagging behind.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm waiting, old man. A few moments later.
Alright, you know what? Fuck this. Fuck everybody, man. Like, just because I got to pick my starting place before you did doesn't mean we have to start the entire fucking thing over. And fuck these guys.
Battle paused.
What's up, Riddick? Alright, thank you. How you doing, man? Can't believe I waited 30 fucking minutes for that.
Choose your starting location.
Pieces of shit. 30 fucking minutes of wasting my time. Doing some pizza and beer, nice. Congrats. Bunch of fucks.
Hello there.
Alright, let's practice our air build. They're all AI. I'm just practicing.
Enemy units spotted. Aircraft spotted.
I need to build energy to metal converters. Energy conversion slider to right about there. Build those. Oh, but yeah. How you enjoying yourself, Riddick? Got any big plans for the weekend, or are we looking at them? Let's go see the Mario movie. I heard that that's pretty meh. Oh yeah, how was Mortal Kombat 2? I'm looking forward to the Street Fighter movie, honestly. The fuck are you doing? Get out of here with that shit. Go.
Low
It's my
power.
base. Bro! Mando movie next week. Oh, that's right. They've got a movie now. And he shares billing with a baby. The Mortal Kombat movie didn't have good character development. Shocking. Well, Liu Kang's always cool to watch. He's the main character. Haven't you seen the movies?
Hello there.
Alright, we need... Alright, tier 2.
Low power.
3D printed with bubbles. I mean, that's pretty much what's happening. Alright, looks like the front line's going well. I'm building air units. I'm doing my job. I'm doing my part. And we have run out of energy. We can't support. So we're making 400 energy and we're using 422. There we go. See? Now we're making 400 and we're just barely... Hang on, take off one of these again. That should help. Tight fit. Do that. Wait. Oh, I don't have overlays on. Well, yeah, I'll need to fix that at some point. Oh shit, tier 2, perfect. Alright, land, off, repeat on. Okay, so that goes there. H. Those aren't mine. Those, who made those? He's also going air? That asshole, he should be on front. Alright. 2. Go.
Your team reached Tech 2.
Yeah, I know, I'm the worst.
Hello there.
Actually gonna hold off on building tier 2 before we get our fusion generator online.
Units under attack.
40 seconds, that's good. I could deal with that. Gonna need to start sucking up metal here. Come on.
Hello there.
You know what? Suck up all of this shit in my base. That'll be great. Come on, man. 72, 73%. Suck up these radars here. Ah, farted. Alright. Fighters, go! Alright, cool. We're making tier 2 fighters. Each tier 2 fighter is worth 4 tier 1s. Now, first fusion check. Let's go ahead and get a power storage. I was like, come on, man. Finish building. Alright, boom. Now we have, like, shitload more storage space for energy. Now, tier 2 metal to energy, or energy to metal converters. You know what I haven't done this whole time? Upgrade my fucking metal. My mexes to tier 2. Three times the metal production. Clearly don't have the energy for a second one of those. Okay, second fusion, we don't have the money for that. Alright, hold off on production.
Units under attack. I say we're just gonna do this for like the next minute. Tech 2 unit spotted.
Everybody focus on this. Give me 20 more seconds, man. Come on, give me energy, you piece of shit. All right, cool. Now we're pumping. All right, how much does this give? 850 energy. 600, so 1 for 1, basically. Full production. Now we bank.
Units under attack. Okay, come on. Pump, pump, pump. Super fusion. So 3,000 energy a second.
Hello there.
So we can fit 5. Oh, also it takes forever to build. Ran out of metal, but I think we could just pull these, yeah? Yeah, that's just enough. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Yeah? How many is this? 13? Alright, cool. Alright, bomb fighters. Let's go. Cancel production. Let's pull the metal from this one to build this one. Boom.
Hello there.
Well, I wanted to... Alright, fine. Swoop through.
Hello there.
Alright, okay. I think I can do that.
Units under attack.
Hello there.
Tech 3 unit detected.
Well, if we're going to plan to win, we got to do it quick here. Just gonna mass up some helicopters.
Hello there.
Okay, how many we got? 33? Alright, let's go.
Long-range plasma cannon spotted. Enemy commander destroyed. Unit lost.
Alright, take out the fusions. Alright. Shitload of helicopters here. 41. Alright, let's just end this and try to snipe commanders. Okay, well that fucking sucked. Forgot to spread them out. Right, whoops. Okay, well let's build another 30 of them then. Otherwise we're gonna need to actually focus and build tier 3. Which is cool and fun, but...
Tech 3.
Okay, they have tier 3. Alright. 29. Keep pumping helicopters. And don't stack them when we make the attack. Alright, there we go. Now we're ready to move.
Friendly commander destroyed.
I think we need to swap to dragons.
Enemy commander destroyed. Unit lost. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Okay, good. I'll take that. Not even ashamed of it. I'll eat that. We'll just suck up our teammates here. Look, man, I need the medal. SC still being broken. I didn't really check tonight. I watched a bunch of Star Citizen lives instead, and tried to play a little bit of this before heading to bed. Alright, dragons, go!
Units under attack.
Alright, that's good. Didn't even get to play. It would crash the desktop. I'll get it after more than 2 minutes. Jesus. I hope that Tuesday patch really fixes some things.
Aircraft detected.
Pretty much just running around uncontested here.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Now they have 5 commanders left. See if we can find them. Oh. Oh my fucking god, they're anti-air.
Titan spotted.
Alright, okay, well, I guess I'm done here. I'll just take like another 20 minutes to win.
Hello there.
Alright, cool. I think I'm gonna get up out of here. Not really early. We did like a 6-hour stream, but I think I'm just gonna get out of here. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. We'll see if we can mess with the Pitbull and the M80. I was supposed to do that tonight, but I'm just not feeling it. Tired from the 20-hour stream from the other day, and hopefully, if we get some good news tomorrow, we'll have our newsroom ready, and we'll get to start filming stuff with that in the green screen room, so that'll be pretty cool. But yeah, I think I'm gonna let y'all out of here. Till next time, stay safe, fly right. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for coming by, Junkyard. Riddick. Hope y'all have a fun one. Till next time, man. Slow night. Sometimes you get that. Later, Riddick. Y'all take care, man. Hope y'all had some fun.
Hello there. Hello there.